Sorry, now you should be able to hear me. Sorry. Sorry, it was a busy morning. I had a bunch of stuff. Mostly I just spent yesterday with friends and doing things. So thank you so much, Lily David, for 5 months. So I didn't do as much prep for stream as I sometimes do. Trying to get a little bit more of a healthy balance of everything. So what's going on, everybody? Ricky Dicky, Nick, Stoic, everyone have their own wish list for part 3, and you won't be able to please everyone. So I kind of get people saying stuff like let the devs cook. For sure. What's going on, Legend Gary? Sephiroth, Sushi, Alex, Neva, everyone who is here. So yeah, so a busy day today. We have a lot planned. You can see it all down here below. We have we're going to talk about those Hamaguchi interviews. Really, the one interview that came out on Nintenderos, I think it is. Checked out. We're going to check out more of the FF7 NPC video. I kind of want to lighten it up. Hey, what's going on in Lost Belgium? I kind of want to lighten it up a little bit from like the heavy analysis stuff. Like we talked about like 3 hours last week about the whole drama and yada yada, and then this week there's also stuff that people are turning into drama. So not necessarily drama, but there's arguments happening between, the sequel versus non-sequel side, again, as there usually is because of the new Hamaguchi interview. But then so I want to lighten things up with the NPC video. We have that video's really long, so I don't know if we'll watch the rest of it because we watched about the first half hour of it, or what was in my head, because I do want to get to NieR, is depending on how far into stream we are and whatnot, we might just break it up, or we watch an hour or so, starting at Calm, the Calm NPCs to Nibelheim or something like that, or to I think Corel. It's an hour-long chunk, and then maybe we do the rest of the video next week. So I might break it up so we can get to NieR. So we'll see. People are on edge waiting for part 3 news, and every little crumb setting went off. It's so funny too because Hamaguchi is just talking, and I know the point is because he's doing Switch 2 promotions. There's that Switch 2 demo, which I haven't even listened to yet, or listened to. I haven't played yet. So I don't know if you guys have. I always thought it was funny how early that demo dropped. It felt kind of crazy. It was over a month from release that the demo dropped. I forgot when exactly the remake Switch demo came out, but I feel like it was maybe 2 weeks before the remake came out. Granted, it's a big demo, right? It's all the way through. You have the entire grasslands, right? And you can do everything, so people can spend a whole bunch of time there. Remake demo was also a month. It was in December. The release is late January. Oh, okay. Yeah. Interesting. So even this is a little bit longer though. I feel it's a month and a half, because that came out April. I felt maybe it was back in the beginning of May when I was in LA. That might have been when it was. I feel Rebirth barely had any promotion for Switch and Xbox compared to Remake. Well, technically, Alex, technically they don't need to promote it that hard yet, right? There's still a month from release. So, and obviously he's doing interviews about it. So there is a little bit of a press tour kind of happening around it. I played it. It was solid. About what you expect performance-wise. Not great, not bad. Yeah, that's kind of what I expect. I wasn't so eager just because I played the game 4 times now. So even though I've played Remake a million times and I played that, but that demo was just more limited, right? It's very easy just to do the bombing run in Remake. So let's get started. Chat. Let me bring this up. I also started playing Mixtape yesterday, which is good. The style of it is very cool. I don't know if everyone's I feel there's been a lot of conversation about that game in a lot of different arenas. gameplay versus like, you know, how much like, is it even really a game? Or which was expected just from like, you could tell from the trailers for that game how that it was going to be, you know, kind of like a movie, like an interactive kind of like movie. So like that part didn't surprise me. Then there's like conversations about like how much of your personal background, like if you grew up at that time and like had those specific cultural references, like would you be into it? Because I'm not, you know, like a white kid from the suburbs. Like I can't, that's not really like my music. Like the music that's like highlighted in the game isn't really like music that I'm nostalgic for. I kind of heard some of it maybe in passing, like just being in America, but it wasn't really like a thing that I like. It isn't really like the soundtrack to my life, for example. So when the music comes on for me, when I've been playing it, feels like all new because I haven't really heard a lot of this stuff. But even in the vibe, is like, I like the animation. I like the feel of it. You know what I mean? So like the little bit that I played, I can actually show you a real quick bit of it. Just the way that it's done, the way it's executed, and I have to be careful because it's like copyright like crazy on this. I was recording it just in case I wanted to do anything with it after I beat it, in case I had anything to say about it. But check this out, chat. Let me pause the music real quick. This won't be long, but I just want to show you this. All right, you see it. So it opens like this. This is like the beginning of the game. Have the audio down. It, like the animation style of it too, and I don't know if it's like animated on twos, like Spider-Verse is, but there's something of like it feels, you know, like that has that sort of like frame rate vibe to it.
The compact disc delivers crisp, high-fidelity audio in a portable form factor with a 16-bit signal and a staggering 74 minutes of playtime. It's the sound.
Like mixes in like information.
Make memories to good music. Invest in quality headphones. Always make a soundtrack because pretty soon you won't be listening to.
The actual style of it is very cool. And then this is like the first like gameplay portion. Is you're just like skateboarding down this like road. It's very nice. Like I do really like the style of it a lot. There's like even this, like this is the menu. Hold on, if you go into the menu, it's like kind of a tape deck. Yeah, it's like a tape deck. The way you like the menu, even the sound effects of the menu are like that. I definitely dig the feeling of it. There was like one, oh, this is the famous tongue thing. Actually, I had a funny. So this is gone around as a meme, and it's actually interesting because she introduces it like the way it's introduced is actually really clever storytelling wise, because it's that breaking the fourth wall, sort of like talking to camera, almost like Ferris Bueller. And so like she's basically telling the story of her first kiss, and she was like, I wasn't really into the guy, I just figured I'd get it out of the way. And then he made me this mixtape, and that made it feel even worse. Because like he clearly put so much emotion into it that she didn't. And so she's telling the story of this like first kiss, and so it does like this tongue thing. And this has been memed like crazy. This is like everywhere. You probably saw it on Twitter at some point. At one point in this though, I got the left tongue somehow like stuck underneath. I don't know how I did it. And then I was like struggling to like get it out of that position. Like I couldn't figure out how to get it like like out of this, since I finally did break it free. But yeah, it has like a lot of actually one of the coolest moments that I wanted to show was, may not be here. He's like talking about wanting to be like a music supervisor and what that entails, and it has like a little bit of this whole big backstory where it's not in this clip, it's not in this video. But either way, like I think it's a solid game. You know, I will see what I think of it toward the end, but the animation style is very, very cool. But let's get to the show. So this actually, it's actually appropriate that there has been so much conversation about the remake trilogy's ending, considering we are going to play the first ending of NieR Replicant today. So, first of all, thank you to all my Patreon supporters, aka patrons. It's always weird to me. I can never get the wording of that right. But Stalik, Spartan, the Rayleigh Criterion, Oz, Sephiroth, Ben Bolton, the last Belgian, who I saw in chat. A few of you were in chat. If you want to be on this list and in the scroll on the side, you can go to patreon.com/subtext to join the Patreon. I do plan to post something this week. I'm bad at like posting the Patreon stuff, but I need to add actual Patreon things. But the general support I'm also very appreciative of. Let's get into this interview, right? So this interview was on Nintenderos. What's going on, Tyler? So a big conversation. We will save like the big quote that a lot of people talked about. It was like the second question, but we'll save that one for last. So let's get to Hamaguchi. We should just nickname him Naoki. Expect more very soon, Hamaguchi, because he's been saying that effectively since September. So the first quote, I'm gonna have to move chat because it's blocking a lot of this. The concept of defying fate. Oh shit, sorry. This was not the first quote that I wanted to talk about. Hold on, I just have to adjust this window a little bit. Let's start here. So, are there hidden clues of foreshadowing elements in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth that will only make sense when watching the complete trilogy? He says, that's a good question. What I do know is that now at the end of the three-part remake project is in sight, I personally find myself reflecting once again on how the project as a whole will be received by players. I've been involved with this project for over 10 years, and during that time I've gained a strong sense of accomplishment, knowing that we're heading toward a conclusion where I can confidently say, I'm glad we made it this far. I believe there's a result of carefully building each installment, including FF7 Remake and Rebirth, step by step. That's why I'd be happy if, after playing the entire trilogy, you took the time to look back and revisit the previous titles. If your experience changes depending on when or in what context you played them, I hope you'll enjoy those differences as well. What I really loved about this was first the conversation about like how carefully planned like carefully built each installment is. Of course he's going to say that he's the director. But it's something that I have felt. It's something that there's been a constant conversation of like, oh, it feels like they're making it up as long as they'll go along, or they're listening too much to player feedback, at least when it comes to story. And I've always felt that that's not necessarily happening. But there has been that sort of like conversation, but there has been, they've talked before about how they've been planning this since like they've had the outline for the entire story before, since the early stages of the first game's development. But then the bigger thing though that gets me excited is this concept of like looking back after you've beaten the full trilogy and being able to see in like full context everything and how it might make you look at things differently, because that was the secret sauce of the OG FF7 to me. Oh my god, how to dismantle an atom. Thank you for the $20 super chat. First time being able to catch you live. I really enjoyed your long form content and just wanted to show a little appreciation for the work you put in. Thanks for the interesting insight. Thank you so much. How to dismantle an atom for the $20. Holy shit. Thank you so much for that. And if you enjoy the long form stuff, I mean, everyone here can tell you that these live streams are incredibly long form. I think last week's stream was 7 hours. Granted, probably half of that was playing NieR. But we did like 3.5 hours of just talking about the whole drama last week that was going on Twitter and stuff. And that's the thing. It's like when I say drama, it's really just on Twitter, and not really almost anywhere else. Shit. I just remembered that I need to find something else that I wanted to talk about. I forgot to add to this, but we'll talk about, remind me chat to bring up after we talk about this interview. Before we move on to the NPC video, remind me to talk about if we're going to see the trailer at Summer Games Fest. So, but the secret sauce of the OG FF7 was this whole this feeling, right, where you get to the end, especially the live stream sequence that like recontextualizes everything, and you're like, holy shit. And then you go back and you play through the game again, and you see all that stuff. You see like the all of the hints, that the kind of big hints, small hints, and it just sort of like recontextualizes everything. It's like, oh, this is what was happening at this point. This was what was going on. This is how it all connects. And there will be that effect for people, I think, who haven't played the OG, simply when it comes to like the truth about who Cloud is. But there will also hopefully be that same sort of feeling in terms of like this bigger mystery, you know, like when we go back and we replay it. Again, like this is going to be a theme for like later in this conversation, but you can apply this to both sets of theories, right? Like people who believe it will be a sequel, those who believe it won't be a sequel. They could just as easily say it's like, oh yeah, he's saying like when you look back, and I actually haven't seen them make this argument, but I could see them making this argument of like, by the time you look back and you like look back at everything in the full context of things, you'll maybe, you know, you'll realize that, oh, it wasn't a sequel. I could see them making that argument. I personally still think it will have a deviation. Like, I have been 100% clear on like my position when it comes to this shit for like years. I feel like I don't need to restate it a million times. I think there will be some kind of change. Like you hit like a literal crossroads. Like the game reaches a point in the first one, at least, on the highway where you know, Aerith says like, this is a crossroads, right? I think in Japanese her words are like, this is Destiny's crossroads, and then in English it says like, this is a point of no return. But either way, it's deciding that at that moment, when you step through that portal, you're opening the door, you're opening the bridge to something, you know, whether it's complete deviation or not, whether it's a massive change or not. The game literally creates a moment for you to walk through a barrier and enter, you know, sort of like new ground. And if it were nothing, then I don't know why she would protest. You know what I mean? Like if there wasn't the possibility for things changing, why put such a wholehearted warning for it? You know what I mean? Where it's like, I'm like, maybe we shouldn't do this. You know, if there were the chance that things, if it were to be just that nothing would change because of that action, I think that in and of itself shows very directly there's something, right? So, going forward, speaking of theories, he was asked about theories, interestingly enough. He said, with so many fan theories circulating, were there any interpretations that surprised you or that came closer than expected to your original intention? What's correct, but how seriously the fans were delving into and debating that's correct or that's close to what was intended. Joshua, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I don't see how they wrap this all up in the next game. Too many locations, plot points, and weapon fights. I hope they stick the landing. That is by far my biggest concern, Josh, or Joshua. Some Joshuas like to be called Josh, like my cousin, but some don't. That was always my biggest question mark. It's just like how much there is left to get through. I mean, here's the positive of it, hopefully, is that in Rebirth, there was a lot of feeling of, oh shit, we're not getting through a lot of story, right? It's kind of like, this is cool. I like these characters, but it feels like we're a little bit sort of like meandering. You know what I mean? Like we're just following these rope guys, and the story engine didn't really pick up until like toward the end of the game, like chapter 8, chapter 9. And from there on, it kind of really takes off. So what's good about having so much to do is that the devs can't bullshit anymore. Like everything from here on out, there's just so many big plot points to hit, and so many that they'll probably have to rewrite and reintegrate with like the concept of like the Wutai War with the huge materia search. Like the Wutai War wasn't even a plot point, and now it is, and it's like a major plot point. So how do they add that and incorporate that? Do they remix stuff from the huge materia, which at sometimes the huge materia missions don't really make that much sense because it's like you take down like you chase a submarine that has the huge materia from the underground reactor, and you take the sub out, it crashes into the, you know, deep into the ocean, and then Cloud gets a call about like, oh shit, something's going on at Rocket Town. We need to go do that. And it's like, you know what, in fact, like, just leave it for later. You could, in theory, never go collect that huge materia. So there are aspects of like the way that part of the story was written that I always felt was a little like, you could tell it was just like a little it just didn't really fit in. It wasn't like a neatly told sort of story between all those like things. It was just, they were kind of missions to do. And I think they can more integrate that into the story a lot better. I think the stolen self would be taken to Wutai. It never made sense that you just redock at Junon. That's interesting. Yeah. Hold on, let me catch up a chat a little bit. This quote to me sounds like Hamaguchi saying that not everything is going to be 100% clear. Some of it will lesser interpretation. I don't know if I see it that way. I think he's just saying I can't really confirm anything particular. Agree that it'll be deviation, but I don't think it'll be super disappointing if there isn't. If there isn't, as long as it's done well, but it'd be weird if there isn't. Yeah. It has to be a massive game. As a casual gamer, I'm feeling it's going to take me a year to get through. Rebirth took me 6-ish months. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Stalik, for the $5 super chat. They managed to cram so much into Rebirth. I have faith. I don't feel confident for remaining SSD space on my PS5. Yeah, you might have to get like an internal, because I mean, I have an extended internal drive in my PS5 that I'm very thankful for, because yeah, if you were just relying solely on just a one kind of built-in SSD, that's rough. You got to make tough choices. You have to take, delete games. A few months ago, I compared the major plot points left with the ones that were done in Rebirth, and what's left is about the same as the amount that we had in Rebirth. Yeah, we did a whole thing where I plotted the potential chapters, and it was something like, it could be 14, 15 chapters, but it could be more than that too. So, let me continue this. Oh, shit. There's a reason for that. You'll see in a second. However, I have no intention of evaluating those interpretations by saying that's correct or that's close to what was intended. The moment we start doing that, the story ceases to be an experience to be received and becomes a search for the right answer. In this remake project, while we clearly presented the information that needed to be conveyed through a modern narrative, we deliberately left room for players to connect the dots and continue thinking for themselves. The decision was present to present this as a trilogy with each installment released separately is based on the idea that the story isn't meant to be concluded in a single experience, but rather for players to engage with, including in the time leading up to the release of the next installment. The fact that this has generated so much discussion among fans is, to me, a clear sign that this design is working as we intended. And that working as we intended, and that it's like, we want you talking about this in the lead up to the next installment. It is him quite literally saying, and he does it like twice in this interview, we got you by the balls. Like, we have got you by the balls. Actually, to bring up something that I think Toolman kind of said that I didn't think of until rereading it after reading his comment, but you could say, for example, with each installment, the idea that the story isn't meant to be concluded in a single experience. I took that as like each individual game, but now based on what you had said, I could also read that as like, oh, when you reach the end, you may not have complete clarity on the story until you go back and sort of revisit it all. That's possible. I hope not. Like, I hope we get to the ending and we feel satisfied, because they've also talked about wanting to make players feel satisfied at the end of it. So we'll see. We'll talk about the ambiguity thing very directly later, actually, when we talk about endings. Let's watch the Pokemon 2000 movie ending with the song playing, clever language on the Guardian of the Sea and the Beast of the Sea. I don't know what to make of that message, only because I haven't watched a Pokemon 2000 movie or much of Pokemon in general. All right, so the next quote, or the next question. Tyler, I think we'll start at the Northern Continent. Going to Rocket Town would just derail the storytelling. Yeah, I agree too. I think like Rocket Town is not a great starting point. I did every side can I could. I played. All right, no, I was just looking back at chat. When did you decide to give Zack Fair a more prominent role in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? And at what point in the project was that decision made? Zack's presence was part of the concept from a fairly early stage. Since the original game, Zack has become an enormously popular character through numerous FF7's spin-off titles. In this remake project, there are aspects where we've made significant changes compared to the original. Instead of conveying these shifts in worldview directly through dialogue or explanations, we've taken the approach of allowing players to intuitively perceive them through the character of Zack. Zack is a character whose mere presence naturally brings to the surface a different perspective on the world. That's precisely why in FF7 Rebirth, we've incorporated him into the story in a way that maximizes his appeal. And of course, this approach is maintained throughout the entire trilogy. In that regard, we hope you'll continue to follow Zack's role in the story. So there's a couple interesting things here. So first, like the fact that he was part of the concept from early stages, I would fucking hope so. Like to put him at the end, to put his like last stand and the subversion of the last stand so clearly into the ending of Remake, where people saw that and they're like, holy shit, Zack is alive. I would hope that the plan for him was planned from the very beginning, rather than just something that's tossed in. I never thought that. I always thought it was like planned out. So this just, further confirms that. There are different ways to, I like the idea of like conveying stuff about the world through playing as Zack and seeing that perspective. Now, again, just like with everything, there are different ways to read this, right? Like you could say, oh, this is giving context to what was happening to Zack in the live stream after his death, right? And I think that's what I've heard from a lot of people who don't believe it's a sequel, is like that's the context that it's giving. Or, and this is more like what I believe, is this is more of a situation where, because it says here that like we made these like shifts in worldview, and rather than expressing that through dialogue or explanations, letting you sort of like play through that and intuitively perceive them, it reminds me of this, like one of the things that you see is where it gets kind of complicated, and I'm gonna see if I can explain it well enough without having planned out the conversation about it. But you have so you end up in this sort of like dying world, right? Like Zack is in this world where everyone believes like everything is doomed, right? That's why everyone like sees the crack in the sky, and they're all like, oh my god, the world is doomed, the world's gonna end. All the little NPC conversations and interactions are basically people expressing things that they never expressed to someone before, or you could hear them like, I wish we did X, Y, and Z, and I wasted my time. Why did I spend so much time at work? All these things, all these expressions of people who like feel doom is on the horizon, right? Or as I would say in FF7 Endwalker, doom. So it seems like everything there is fucked, right? The flowers are all dead in the garden, and like Aerith's garden, everything's dead. Then, but Zack represents, he's the opposite of everyone who's there. And that he has like some kind of hope, and he's trying to like awaken hope in people, especially Elmira, Marlene, and Biggs. And he has that big speech to Biggs of like, oh, you have to hold on, you have to believe that things can, you can make things your own, yada yada. And then toward the end of that scene, you see like Marlene, Elmira points out that a flower has sprouted, right? So in this field of dead flowers, a flower has like sprouted. So something about the makeup of that world has changed because of Zack's influence on the people of that world. And then a similar thing is sort of happening, although the explanation is a little less specific, that's happening in the Beagle world with Cloud and the rest of the party. And you can see it in the Bugenhagen side quests. So in the Bugenhagen side quests, you go to all the different life springs, and there's like whispers around them, and like things are going crazy. And then at the end, in the very last mission of that side quest, Bugenhagen talks about like, oh, the planet is changing at an unprecedented pace, right? Like I've never seen the planet sort of like change like this. Something is happening. So there's an expression that like the world is changing both in Zack's world in some ways, and also changing our world in some ways. And so it almost feels like the status of these worlds are sort of in flux at times. And so it kind of speaks to, if you remember that one quote about Zack that I quoted in my Rebirth video of like, it was the one where it was like, he's a super, it was like, I thought it was odd that they would describe him as this like incredibly crucial, super important character when he had such little screen time. But the thing that was in the quote that I may have overlooked is that part of the quote, the way it starts is, just as much as the whispers Zack is an important, crucial, character that, you know, explains basically how the world works. He explains how the world functions. And when you think of it more as like a Whisper's role, it's like him giving us context of like maybe how these worlds are receptive to the feelings of the people inside it, could have an impact on their status. That's like very like up here right now. But there's just something to seeing him having an impact on the worlds, or the world sort of like changing because of his influence. That's kind of interesting. Going to Rectangle would be a big problem with the pacings. Yeah. Zack is the hopium dealer of the Terraria timeline. They wanted to maximize his appeal by giving him 10 minutes of gameplay in a 15-hour story. Yeah, the wording of like maximizing his appeal, I also pointed that out to friends. I was like, I may have even put out in the Discord, I can't remember if it was more like the FF like creator group chat. And I was just talking about like maximizing appeal is really funny because yes, this would be sort of the opposite of maximizing appeal. Like I feel like people felt the opposite in a lot of ways. Like a lot of people walked away from Rebirth, including me, especially the first playthrough, where it was like, oh, that was it? Like, oh, I expected more to happen with him, you know? But again, there's still a hole in the game to tackle. Elias, I appreciate the long messages. I'm probably not going to read them, especially because you started with Pokemon and you have like Pokemon references to explain it. So I personally won't be able to understand it. But so going to the big quote, the first quote, the concept of defying fate. So the concept of defying fate, introduced in FF7 remake, plays an important role. This is the big quote that some people are talking about. Would you say there are limits to how much a story can deviate from the original? Since we're telling this story as a trilogy, it's essential to keep players engaged until the very end. For that reason, we've constructed a narrative so that the central question, whether the protagonist's fates will truly change, remains unresolved until the finale. However, this doesn't mean everything can change. From the beginning, we decided that we couldn't compromise the emotional core of the characters. The reason FF7 has been loved for so many years, or the fundamental themes of the story, the story presents to players. There are elements we've changed to create a pulse-pounding sense of unpredictability, and elements that allow those familiar with the original to feel this is surely FF7. If we lean too heavily toward either of these aspects, the game simply wouldn't work. FF7 Rebirth isn't a game that blurs the line. It's a game where we deliberately chose to make change and preservation coexist. While introducing changes to shake up expectations, we protect the core that must remain until the very end. We believe this balance is the most important aspect of this trilogy. So seeing this, right, I tweeted out, I'll save you the next 24 hours on this site. One side, he said, not everything can change, hence nothing will change. The other side, he said, not everything can change, and some things definitely will change. Yet another Rorschach test, we'll find out in 2027. And like some people took this as me being evasive on like my stance, or like pretending to be neutral on the conversation. No, fuck that. I'm not neutral at all. I'm the second side. I'm the other side. I believe that there will be a change. The whole point of this was me just communicating that the conversation that comes out of this quote is so fucking predictable, and I am so exhausted of it that I'm commenting on that. You know what I mean? Because genuinely, people will read what they want to read into this quote, depending on which side they see, you know? And you could do that very easily, because the people who don't believe in a sequel will hyperfixate on this stuff, where it's like, it's essential to keep players engaged until the very end. So it's like, all this was about just keeping players engaged. It's not about change. It's not about messing with FF7. It's that they want to keep you engaged until the very end. It doesn't mean there is change. From the beginning, we decided we couldn't compromise the story. Like the way that the mind sort of like jumps to the confirmation bias is a hell of a drug. And this is true on both sides, but like, and then there are elements we decided to create unpredictability, but this is still truly FF7. We're going to protect the core that must remain. Like, this is one way to look at it. And I saw people sort of nitpicking and like cherry picking sort of these parts of it. But you could just as easily do the opposite exercise, right? Where if you do believe that there is a sequel, that it's like the central question, whether protagonist's fate will truly change, remains unresolved until the finale. This doesn't mean everything can change. It doesn't mean everything can change, so maybe some things can change. We couldn't compromise the emotional core, the fundamental themes. It's not saying like we can't change the story. It's saying we can't fuck with the heart of the characters and the fundamental themes, not like the plot points and exact aspect of the story. That stuff is flexible as long as you still maintain what makes it truly FF7. FF7 Rebirth isn't a game that blurs the line. It's a game where it deliberately chose to make change and preservation coexist. This speaks heavily to like the video that I made, where it's like you couldn't really confirm that it's going totally balls out crazy, because then it's sort of is playing with the antithesis of the first game. The thesis being fate can change, Rebirth more putting that into doubt for the sake of the drama and the conversation. And you could cynically say that it's just to keep people by the balls to play and buy the third game. But that's just how stories work, right? Like if you stopped at the halfway point of OG, like if you stopped at Aerith's death, like the end of disc 1, you would still have questions about like, wait, but what was all that shit with like Cloud? Why was he kind of, you know, shifting in and out? Why were there like multiple versions of him at the temple? Why did he attack Aerith? Why did he run around as like a little boy version of Cloud? Like all that stuff would be unresolved. You would not have any clarity at all if you stopped playing the OG FF7 at the Forgotten Capital, right? You needed the next part of the story to give you all that information. So that's just how mystery is crafted, you know? It's not just because, you know, they want you to buy the third game. It's because that's the way the story is told. Like I saw someone make the point, it was something like, it was like, if this were, oh shit, it was a while ago that I read it. But basically they were saying like, that it doesn't make sense that they would keep all this stuff mysterious if they weren't gonna like go back to the original. It was some like mixed up logic that I can't even like say again because I forgot how they said it. But it was like, no, that's just how mysteries work. That's how mysteries work as stories. Like you need to have that sort of open question in between like this, like the halfway part of the stories of the rest of it. And that's how OG was. Like the original was exactly the same. Then it's like that whole aspect of like preserving the core must remain until the very end. And then there's like also that open question of like, okay, so you must maintain the core until the very end. Does that mean at the very end it can change, right? So both sides can like hyperfixate on whichever parts of this quote they want to. Like you can quite literally do that, and I quite literally have seen that. So when I said this, it was because I expected exactly this dynamic to play out. And sure enough, that has played out. So ironically enough, you then had somebody like Hamaguchi also put his own version of the quote into his tweet, where he said, "We won't reveal the answer until the end of the trilogy," which is slightly different wording than what was in here, the original like translation. But also you have to remember that this one at the top that was in the article is like a Google translation of like Spanish. And I did read the Spanish. I'm not fluent in Spanish, but I know enough to get by. And it looked like what was said in Spanish looked like it actually did like reflect what's here. But the thing is, they took an interview with somebody in Japanese, translated that to Spanish, and then we took that to Spanish and translated it to English. And just that process of like Japanese to Spanish is going to, you know, switch up wording. So it could be possible that he was just, you know, saying the more direct version of what he said, at least like in the original Japanese. Regardless, it says the same thing. Like it's not even a different, you know, thing. People were trying to make something out of the Hamaguchi quote, but it's saying effectively the same thing. Like there's not going to be any answer. It's going to be unresolved until the very end. So it says the same thing. But then there's another way to sort of look at that. And this is also what I hyper-focused on, was this aspect of FF7 Rebirth isn't a game that blurs the line. It's a game where we deliberately choose to make change and preservation coexist. We believe this balance is the most important aspect of this trilogy. And that really reminded me of my conversation in the video about the synthesis, right? Where it's not just this or that. It's not just about like You can change everything, you can't change everything. It's about a middle ground, like finding some kind of middle ground. And that could be as simple as what I expressed last week in terms of, do you reach an ending where the live stream doesn't wash over the planet? So you avoid geostigma. And by avoiding the start and spread of geostigma, Advent Children simply is impossible. But, you know, the meteor still stopped, and the core sort of like plot beats of FF7 are still stopped. It's just that like geostigma and its impact is avoided, right? Like that's one potential possibility. But there's like the conversation about having a balance is by definition of balance, it means both things exist, right? So people keep getting into this binary fight between like, will things change or won't they change? I think the answer is, and has always been, it will be somewhat both, right? Some things will change and some things won't change. Not everything can change. I mean, it seems very clear here that that's what this quote is communicating. Interestingly enough, you will find people, I think the loudest kind of voice around Twitter, on Twitter at least, has been taking this quote and saying, look, he's saying things won't change. And it's like, well, no, that's not quite literally. There's a whole lot more that's being said. But yeah, let me catch up. I'm okay with change, but if I were Nojima, Kitase, and Nomura, I would find doubling down on my work and adding challenging context to it. Changing it would be like them saying they didn't like their work before. They didn't have all power over the compilation they did in OGFF7, but true creativity is improvising. I'd be proud of Dirge and AC. I would not be able to change or divert if I were them. But is it about that though, Elias? Like, is it them, like, if they were to change it, is it them communicating that they don't believe in that anymore? Or is it them communicating that they have a new perspective on things, right? Like, so for example, Evangelion, right? The original Evangelion anime was incredibly powerful and reflected the creator and his point of view on life at that point. And then the rebuilds reach a different ending because that creator and that creator's perspective had changed over 30 years. And so, or 20 years, whatever it was. And so he wanted to communicate something slightly different from what was originally communicated by the way that that original anime ended. I could see something similar with Remake, right? Where, you know, one of the things that I was talking about with someone yesterday, I was talking to Wiley Excalibur about it, was this concept of, and I talked about it a bit on the Discord. I was like, if you change things to the point where, like, let's say Aerith and Zack still die, which I still think is the course that we're headed toward. I still think they're going to be dead. But rather than having it hang over people and even having Meteor hang over the world the way it did in Advent Children, where everyone was down and getting geostigma, including Cloud and fucking Denzel, and like everyone had a hard time moving on from what happened at the end of OGFF7, both characters and like the world itself. And there's been a more conversation, but what if what they're trying to communicate is something about like how to properly process that stuff, how to move forward with it, how to carry the weight of it. And so when you look at something like Aerith's speech in the temple, it's very much about that, right? Like, you know, all the things that have been done to us, we can't change them, but the future can change, right? Like, we don't need to be fully dictated by that. It could even recontextualize why they did the Dine scene the way that they did, because the way that the Dine scene is orchestrated now is to sort of like double down on the concept of like carry that weight, right? Like that's literally his dying words to Barrett is like, now you carry it, you carry that weight. And so what if now these creators who are in their 50s, who have been through some shit in their life, want to communicate something about like how you carry the weight of what's been done to you or what has happened? You know, how do you carry the weight of like people's deaths? How do you carry the weight of, you know, the planet coming to, you know, near its destruction? You know, what if they have some new sort of secondary point to make about the same core themes, you know, but it's evolved past where AC and Dirge explored them. because they as creators are different and they want to communicate something new. I think that's a valid thing to want to do, and I don't think it's spitting on what you made before. It's just a reflection of making something that's reflective of who you are now as a person through your art, you know? I'm 100% a cynic now, but I won't even reference the Defying Fate Whisper Shenanigans in part 1. McLovin Yo Muffin. I mean, I do love that name. It sounds like we have complete opposite takes on this trilogy, but I do love your name. Mystery naturally carries a curiosity, and we can't help but wait. I'm not a cynic. They've done great so far in quality in creating a mystery, and you have to work backwards to make a mystery work. Yeah, exactly. So this topic is the biggest point that came back to you from video all the time, both in reflecting on the story personally and everyone talking with friends. Wow, thank you, Dunrick. Sorry, I'm like catching up still. We were blown away at the ending of Remake. We were blown away, you know, G after Remake. Sephiroth, we're going crazy at the end of Rebirth. Them changing the narrative in this project is different from, say, Lucas changing the original trilogy scenes. They're not altering AC or Dirge or 7OG. Those will always exist as they made them at the time. This new project is a new view as subjects. That's a great way to communicate it now, Dunrick. Honestly, I really liked how Anno came out and just honestly said that his perspective on life changed and he wants his work to reflect it. Yeah. It reflects the creativity and mind of the artist at the time. I would not draw something the same 20, even 10 years ago today. Tyler, I remember you talking about that like directly. I think it was in the Prof Noctis interview that you did, either the Prof Noctis one or maybe it was on Warriors of Hype. I forgot where it was, but you described that thing of like, you were talking about how you couldn't draw something the same. Like even if you looked at something that you'd drawn before and you tried to recreate it, you wouldn't be able to sort of like capture the same thing with it, which I thought was fascinating. Like you as the artist, like literally looking at it as reference and trying to remake it, you would like something inevitably would just be different because it's not coming from the same place. Feels like they're dedicated to validating the compilation, but the compilation products and their narratives has never been up to par with the OG. I mean, I've never been a big fan of the compilation either, but like they're definitely working with it as canon, and they should. You know, they shouldn't just be like, oh, this doesn't matter. In that original trailer, the memory of the star that threatened all burns eternal in our hearts. Yeah. I'm absolutely fine with change. I'm really happy with what the devs have done and don't feel any reasons to be worried. For example, I would want Seth gone for good and Aerith to properly pass on and rest. Yeah. I think part 3's ending will be a representation of the conclusion of the entire compilation in a more emotionally complete way, similar to that scene in the church. And you know what's funny too, when you think about it also, is that there is actually no, like, speaking of like the feeling of like completeness, like let's say we keep everything intact. Do we really feel like the ending of Dirge provides like a proper stamp on everything FF7? Right? Like people have been talking about the fucking Genesis scene in the cave for however fucking long that's existed. And it's like, there is no sense of completion to the story of FF7, even if you maintain the compilation, because Dirge ended in a way that was either like a bit, you know, it just didn't really feel like the ending, because it was mostly like an ending to Vincent's story. And it had that sort of like weird secret ending that also created this open question of like, oh, is this, what else is there? You know what I mean? So it's not even, you know, even maintaining the compilation all the way through to Dirge doesn't feel like, oh man, that was the end of FF7. Oh great, the end of FF7 was us being able to fight, you know, VTuber Hojo and, you know, save the world from the Omega Chaos, whatever. Like that just doesn't feel like a satisfying conclusion to everything FF7. So I think that they want to create that conclusion with this, you know, give us an ending that could feel like a true final conclusion. AC and Dirge still exist as like reference points and inspiration for why characters chose what they chose, but this can give us an actual feeling of like, oh, now FF7 is over. I finally see the proper ending for Cloud, Tifa, Barret, everyone, you know? Yeah, we talked about that. Dirge, it would be a spoiler kind of thing. The thing is, it's like, yeah, re-releasing AC was okay. Yeah. They have so much room to expand on Vincent in part 3, but it feels like they have a huge amount of space. It's in all the plot stuff. Yeah. I want Cloud riding a motorcycle with some upbeat music. Oh my god, the Uncharted 4. God. I would kill for it to feel like Uncharted 4. Could you imagine if they recreated the remake trilogy as if the compilation never existed, just only use the OG as a template? Weirdly, I don't know if I would want that either, though. You know, like as much as I'm not the hugest fan of the compilation, like I love the way they've included a lot of it. Actually, like they've included the good parts of it. Even Zack is like a better character than he was in Crisis Core to me. So this all bridges to a conversation. So speaking of endings, so there was something that was written about endings a while ago that I always personally loved. And it's just me, you know, like as a writer, having studied these topics, like things about storytelling, that it made me think about, wow, we're an hour in? Fuck me. So I wanted to pull that up for you guys in this conversation. Thing is, it's a very old reflection on writing. So old that and I would occasionally go back to the website to see if it was still there. And I went this time and it was not still there. A literal complication ensued when I tried to go to oldwordplayer.com. But luckily, because I'm a psycho, I saved all this stuff because I found it compelling, and I was like, something about it read to me is like, oh, this is a old ass website that may not live forever, so I might as well save a lot of these like writings on writing. So I saved it as a PDF and it's in my Google Drive. And so I've put it here for you guys. It's by this guy named Terry Rossio. He wrote mostly a lot of like Disney stuff, like Aladdin, Shrek, not Disney, but Shrek, Pirates of the Caribbean. Like he worked in, you know, Hollywood. So it's very much like one person's perspective, but there's some interesting thoughts here. So the first is, here's my ironclad rule for how a movie should end. You know, yeah, the Wayback Machine probably has it too. How's that for taking a stance? A good ending must be decisive, set up, and inevitable, but nonetheless unexpected. Act 2 is a renowned quagmire of story problems. And actually, just to go back, it's like, just to take that in, decisive, set up, and inevitable, but nonetheless unexpected. Act 2 is a renowned quagmire of story problems. You could argue that it's the toughest act to plot, but the subject matter itself at least provides material to shape and gives some direction on how to shape. Act 2 problems are often more organization problems, not blank page problems, and they'll ultimately succumb to proper execution of craft. So, and like in a lot of ways, a lot of Rebirth covers some of Act 2, so it gets into the Act 2 quagmire as this describes here. One of the things that writers often talk about is like how Act 2 just feels so hard to tackle because it's so big. Like when you look at the overall like breadth of a story, you know, Act 1 and Act 3 are about like a third, but then like the middle part, the Act 2 bit, is incredibly long. Some writers actually break it down into two parts of the Act 2. They'll have like Act 2 Part A, Act 2 Part B, to try to like make it a little more digestible for themselves. Playwriting has a different thing. A lot of times playwriting is even like 4 acts, more like properly. So, but there is a thing where basically you hit the meat of it and it becomes a big question of like, how do I get through this? Yeah, the GERM Act 2 is like 5 books, right? It's like it's just, there's so much to tackle here. How do you sort of like, to the point that's here, how do you organize it in a way that makes sense and builds to whatever the third thing is? And hopefully, you know, the craft and the execution can make it work. And arguably that's part of like Rebirth's problem, right? Is I think some people would argue that the execution wasn't quite what they were hoping for. We'll see how we feel about that when we play part 3 and if it makes us think differently about Rebirth, but there is like that element, right? So then this guy says, no, for myself, Act 3 and coming up with that great ending is definitely the toughest plotting on a script. It's an act where you can't get by on just craftsmanship. You really do need to have something that's inspired. It's the payoff act. And then it's just funny to read this thing that was probably written in like 1999 on some website. And there's been a lot of conversation of like the payoff, right? Like, people taking issue with something like fans saying that, oh, part 3 has to pay off all the stuff that's been set up. And that even happened this week in the Discord, where somebody brought up, it's like, but does it really need to pay off? Do stories always need to pay off, etc.? And it's like, that's a general belief. Like, it's not unreasonable that audiences have that expectation, because like most of the time writers are fairly aware that they have to do that, right? Like, this person was writing about that same concept, like it's a payoff act. So going back to the rules that this person has, he broke them down even more specifically. So decisive, setup, inevitable, but nonetheless unexpected. So decisive is the most satisfying endings resolve the issues at hand clearly and decisively, one way or the other. Effective endings that are ambiguous are possible, but rare. And this is probably the one that I'm most in disagreement with in terms of like a principle, because there are a lot of ambiguous endings that I do like. I do like 7's ambiguous ending. Like the OG FF7, in terms of like the open-endedness of like, you see the characters and the reaction to the flash and the jump to 500 years later. I always personally liked it a whole lot. Even though it didn't give you that sort of like immediate, like, oh, this is exactly what happened to Cloud and Tifa and Barret and yada yada. Like, it always felt nice that it was kind of open a bit. I kind of like that ending. Sopranos ending was great. For that, I haven't watched Sopranos completely, although I did just finish season 1, but I've heard a lot of conversations about the ambiguousness of Sopranos and how that ends. Also the ambiguousness of like Inception. Like, I find that ending with the spinning top to be really interesting. So yeah, satisfying is doing some heavy lifting here. So maybe ambiguous endings can be intellectually stimulating, but maybe not satisfying. But I personally like, there are some really good ambiguous endings. So that's the part of this I kind of disagree with. But as a whole, because he's not saying it's impossible, it's just rare, right? So, because there are ambiguous endings that are just kind of like, So, setup. The ending can't come completely out of left field. It should be one of several known possibilities or referenced earlier as a possible solution. The ending must appear to evolve naturally out of the elements that are known. You don't want to change the rules at the end of the game. That's not fair. So I also heavily agree with this, right? And in fact, it actually makes it's so much better that they did what they did in Rebirth in some ways, of them, because remake sets it into your head that, okay, things are going to change. Things are definitely going to change. Like, that's how it's like sort of like stated. And so a lot of people went into Rebirth expecting significant change. And then Rebirth actually established like, no, we're going to keep pretty much everything, and we may reorder some things or whatever, but like, it started to set, it starts to change people's minds. There are literally people in the community who are like, oh, I used to think it was a sequel, and then I played Rebirth. I've heard that many times, right? And so the thing here is, right, like, it needs to be one of several known possibilities. So if the only known possibility was just like things will change, it would be dramatically not as interesting, right? So the fact that they sort of like reinforced that, no, actually a whole lot of things can still revert to where things were in the OG, it creates this scenario where literally a lot of people are arguing about these several known, it has to be one of these several known possibilities. So you can easily, that's why like Rebirth made it so we can actually have more of this debate, which might be frustrating on some place like Twitter, but it's doing exactly what they wanted to create. It's setting up multiple different possibilities, because now you reach the end of Rebirth and like people are really like looking at it as like, oh man, there's so many different ways this can go, right? Inevitable. Another word for this might be appropriate. You want an ending that is so right, it seems as if it could have turned out no other way, but only after it's happened, because it's also got to be, and this is a bit of a two-parter, unexpected. This is the real trick. The unexpectedness of the ending is the true payoff, the reward for watching the film. It's the element the audience will weigh most heavily when judging the outcome of the story, whether or not it was worth waiting for. So the double-handedness of like the inevitable but unexpected, like that's sort of like a contradiction in and of itself, right? Like how is something inevitable yet unexpected? But that is sort of like, that's the magic, is like if you can nail that. And not all endings nail that, by the way. This is like this writer's perspective on it, but not every ending sort of lands this. Because for example, I had this experience this past week where, hey, thanks so much, Chris, for 9 months in a row. So this week I watched 2 movies in theaters, where on Friday after work, I just like randomly had I was like, you know what? I want to see this Obsession movie because I see people talking about Obsession. So I watched Obsession and it was a good movie. It had like, it was an incredibly interesting premise and concept, but I didn't feel this. I didn't feel the unexpected thing in the end. Like, the ending did feel inevitable. Like when we reached the ending of that movie, it felt inevitable, but to me, it didn't have that unexpected bit. And so it was like, people are really like heavily praising this movie, and I think it's good. It does a lot of good things. It's really well directed, really well shot. But there are aspects of it that I'm like, but I everything sort of felt like I could feel where it was going, sort of thing. And then yesterday I watched Hokum in theaters, which is another horror movie. And I was like, I'm kind of in a horror mood after Obsession, so I'll check out Hokum. And to me, that one had more of that inevitable yet unexpected, right? It had a little bit of the both sides of that vibe, where I genuinely was like, very late in the movie, I was like, how the fuck exactly is this person going to get out of the situation? Like, I don't know how they're going to get out of the situation. And then, the movie played out. So, like I said, it's not a hard and fast rule that like every story is going to have all 4 of these sort of like elements. Some will be ambiguous, some will be inevitable but not unexpected. Like, but this is ideally what you would hope for, right? And so he says, now, it's true that often when you enter Act 3, it does work to shake the story up by changing the essential nature of the story. The hunter becomes the hunted, the murderer is brought to trial, etc. This is good drama. Still, though, the story must be brought back around to an area that is appropriate for the characters. Too often, the characters get thrown aside in search for the big finish. But note that spectacle is not one of the requirements for an ending. You don't necessarily need a big finish. What you need is a satisfying conclusion to the situation. And I can't agree more with that. Like, I just want a satisfying conclusion. Also, the thing that was said here, I forgot where it was. You don't want the game to change the rules at the end of the game. That's not fair. That's also another interesting thing to consider, is like, you don't want it to feel like it's you don't want it to feel like it's coming out of left field, right? Is like literally what he said. So then Aladdin, he gave, these quotes are from, it's a writing that's no longer seemingly available on the internet, but it was on this website called wordplayer.com. You could probably type it into like the Wayback Machine and find the archive of like, it was in a section on that site called Columns. And this was screenwriting column number 13. It was called The Big Finish. Thankfully I had it saved already, but it was from this writer who wrote Aladdin, Shrek, Pirates of the Caribbean, a bunch of like 90s, early 2000s stuff. And then he gave an example from his own career of Aladdin. And he said, Ted, who is his writing partner, Ted and I are proud of the demise ending we came up for our villain. When we joined the project, the story ended with Jafar plummeting to his death, frantically rubbing the wrong lamp after a series of subterfuges. So the original ending of Aladdin was that, actually, which is interesting. It's like Jafar plummeting to his death, trying to find the right lamp, probably trying to find a lamp that had an actual genie that could save him and give him his wish to be saved, probably in the moment. I would assume that was what it was playing with. But Ted kept seeing the image of Jafar getting sucked into the very lamp that he'd spent the whole movie pursuing. It was a cool image and absolutely appropriate comeuppance. Having Aladdin trick Jafar into wishing to become a genie evolved out of that image. Even the storyline of the genie wanting to be free of the lamp helped set up that ending. It established the lamp as a sort of prison. Most people who see the movie aren't expecting Jafar to end up trapped in the lamp, but when it happens, it seems right, like it couldn't happen any other way. it was an interesting example from this person's own, experience of like crafting an ending where they could have went with one way, but they decided this different ending that felt more appropriate, added to the story, added to the themes, etc. Let me catch up with chat. I think Act 3 is the hardest from a conclusion standpoint. Take IT, for example. I haven't watched IT. Do you mean IT Room? Or, It, for example. SK, who's SK? Wanted to reveal the mimic but make it scarier. He could figure out his evolution science conference in India and a rich Hindu. I don't know this reference. 2 simultaneous world theories is definitely unexpected, for sure. Legit, that would be there to talk about for years between releases. Finishing FF7 part 1, 2. I avoided social media until I gathered my own thoughts. When I finally looked online, I realized a lot of people reached the same conclusion I did. I just can't grasp why part 3 would end up being exactly the same as OG after all the changes in storytelling they've added so far. I'm fine with either direction, but it would definitely confuse me. I think that makes sense. The time between Remake and Rebirth allowed me the opportunity to appreciate the compilation far more. Particularly, same thing for me, by the way. Particularly reading the books really clued me in on some of the framework of what's going on and some of the happy endings we probably have in store, FF7 Director's Cut, if you will. I will say the same thing happened for me. Like, after Remake, I definitely wanted to search through the compilation, so they definitely, like, accomplished that for me. It's an unpopular idea. I don't think it should be in 7, and if they revealed Shova for real, like explained her, the only thing that wouldn't fall short in the long run is Yuna herself. You're talking about 10 coming into 7? Of course, they didn't have to resolve the whole issue of Jafar still being around and had to come up with a way for him to truly end the sequel. That just created the need for them to resolve the issue of Jafar being a powerful genie. Yeah. So to conclude this little bit of this conversation, so ending should be decisive, setup, inevitable, but nonetheless unexpected. I mean, should is italicized because it's not always, especially given the horror movie examples that I just gave. But hopefully, I think if you were to give like a list of words that I would hope for the ending of FF7 Part 3, I would hope it felt decisive. I would hope it felt set up. I would hope it felt inevitable, but nonetheless unexpected. Like, I hope it matches this criteria, because that would be the ideal that I would want from a Part 3 ending. Like, if somebody were to ask me, what do you want out of an ending? That's it. So that's really my thoughts on that whole interview question, right? It is literally the last slide that I have created. So I don't really have like a massive, I mean, that's really my thinking. And I think like Hamaguchi is really talking about that, right? He's like, we literally constructed this. We constructed this whole thing so that it could give you, so we can maintain that balance and like keep things open for like multiple directions. And it is funny to see people then take that quote and try to make it as if he's like confirming one side of it or not. Like, literally the quote is saying, no, I am doing the exact opposite. I'm literally doing the exact fucking opposite. I'm trying to keep it as open as I can so that we conclude it in the end and nobody will know until they actually beat it. I'm going to quickly look up something before we jump to the NPC video. Is it this thread? There was an update about I don't know what thread it was in, but there was a financial thing. Fuck, which thread was it in? Max referenced it though in his video. Because Max went through this interview and stuff, and then also talked about how Square Enix had their financial report recently. And in it, I can't find the exact thing. I should have looked this up before stream, but I forgot. But basically, in the report, in the financial report, I'll just go here for now. In the financial report, or you know what? I can just go here real quick. Talk to you guys. Big face. I'm not going to go deep into the financial report though. The biggest thing I wanted to talk about was just the fact that in their projections for what they expect for the next fiscal, they didn't expect a big bump in like year-over-year revenue. And if both Part 3 and Evercold, the new 14 expansion, were coming out before March 30th of next year, which is when the fiscal year ends, you would think if both of those titles dropped, then they would have a bigger financial year than a year like in like the past year, where they had FF Tactics remake and like a lot of relatively smaller projects. To say that like next year is going to be relatively similar to this past year, kind of shows that they're not going to have two big releases. They're not going to have Evercold plus Part 3, most likely, within that time frame. So that's gotten people questioning, oh shit, are we going to get Part 3 trailer at Summer Games Fest? And even Max was saying, that he's, less certain now. I would say I'm the same way, right? Like the fact that like, if that is a real indication, and it seems like it should be, that it's going to be after March 30th of next year, the release, Foam Stars 2 on the way, then it probably moves me from 110% certain to like 90%, right? But I still think it's very plausible that they will reveal it in the summer for next year, even if it's a little bit past that March timeframe. But again, it sort of like reminds me of what I was talking about before of like, we keep talking about this early 2027 thing as if it's like very reasonable and very expected. But the games like this take so long to make. And so if it were to be literally from like even February 2024 to March 2027, that is almost 3 years on the dot. And it takes so long to make these games. I'm confident about SGF still, even though they hate also said Part 3 still at SGF. Well, I'm hopeful then. I think it makes sense because I don't know when you would. I mean, here's the thing. Here's why there's another 10% discount. So now we're at 90%. And another reason there's a 10% like doubt is because if it's not releasing early next year, then technically you don't have to do something now. And you could wait maybe until TGAs. The problem with waiting till something like TGAs is it gives you a very short marketing window, most likely, probably only 6 months. Like if it comes out summertime. And you're going to be in the aftermath of GTA 6. Like a lot of people are still going to be thinking about GTA 6 because it comes out like mid-November. And Part 3 or the TGAs happens like the first week of December. So February came out in February. Technically in most years, the day that it came out would have been March 1st because it came out February 29th. It was a leap year. So it was like a March release effectively. But yeah. The one thing though is like if they were to push it, let's say to even like a Tokyo Game Show. So more like September timeframe. I mean, Tokyo Game Show just doesn't really get as global of a coverage as it used to, I feel like. It's usually where a lot of publishers will post like updates. Like they'll show new footage, they'll show like new things, but rarely is it like they announce something at TGS. In theory though, I could see an argument on Square Enix's side that like, oh, we like if they were to launch it, if they were to like have a trailer at Summer Games Fest, it would be 2 days after Rebirth came out on Switch. And so if they want to time it, let's say it's multi-platform, they want to time it so that everyone, including Switch players, Xbox players, can have same level of hype as everyone else, then it might be worthwhile waiting until all those players who just picked it up finish it, and then release the trailer at a point in time where everyone from PlayStation players to PC players, to Switch players will all watch that trailer with the same amount of like interest and hype. Is possible, but fuck, I really hope not. I really hope we get it at Summer Games Fest. I don't know if I can do this, chat. I do not know. We might have to do a moratorium on FF7 conversations. I don't know if that's the right word, but we might need to like put a pause on having FF7 conversations just because it would hurt too much to continue to talk about this past the Summer Games Fest timeline. Because how far are we out now? It already feels like painful to just continue speculating without even a name. Days to Summer Game Fest. Why is this formatting so weird? Here we go. Look at this, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at this. Doesn't this look so much better? 18 days? 18 days we could have something? Please, God, let us get something in the next 18 days. Like, this seems bearable. This is very bearable. We're getting GTA 6 before FF7. We might literally get a GTA 6 trailer 3 before FF7. I just want to stop calling it part 3. God, same here. If not, FF7 is coming out later than we think. Yeah, but what is it, Stepharoth? What is your catchphrase? What's your catchphrase? Say it for the chat. Say it for the whole class. About hope. Time moving in a linear fashion. I really enjoyed the 3-make moniker for a while, but I'm ready for a real game. Where there is hope, there is hype. Very wise. Very wise, Sephiroth. Hold on. Let's share the wisdom for everyone. Chat. Wise words. Wise words. Where there is hope, there is hype. Fuck. Dude, I want it. It's so close. Revealing at SGF, in my opinion, would make it even more hype. Imagine thinking, oh, damn, it needs to catch up. And you look into the store after you're choosing and seeing it's available, thinking it would be the perfect marketing. I mean, hopefully that is the thinking, because I can't fucking handle it. Can't fucking handle it. Not anymore, Alex. Not anymore. Channel merch? I have like more emoji spaces I need to add. I can't even think about merch. So let's watch that NPC video. F7 Rebirth NPC. So we watched some of this. Pause this. We watched some of this a while ago. And we watched basically the first half hour. And we watched a little bit of Calm, but I figured it makes sense to like restart within Calm. Left a comment on Warrior Hype video and said if they counted SGF during the announcement, they should drop black feathers onto the crowd. That's funny. SGF conveniently being after Switch to release gives me confidence. I'm hopeful. Yeah, I mean, at the very least, even though it's 2 days before, so a lot of those Switch players will have only made it through the grasslands. Like if the Switch release were after SGF, that would give me even more doubts. But at least the game will be out. They can promote it, right? They could say, you know, make sure to catch up. They could show the trailer and be like, make sure to grab it on Switch 2, on all platforms. Make sure to grab it on all platforms. They could very much like leverage the SGF trailer to promote the new game release. So hopefully, knock on wood, hopefully that's what they do. I personally never agreed with them releasing it in January of the anniversary. I always felt it would be more March, May, with their fiscal year ending in March. I feel much better about it being in April. I even used to think it would come out in 2028, but with how much the developers keep talking about the game, yeah, it's definitely 2027. Actually, when is April 10th? Because it came out April 10th, 2020. So if they wanted to make like a connection between the start of the trilogy and the end of it, it's a Saturday. Yeah, so that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. But April would work as like, you know, a complete 7-year cycle from the beginning of remake to the last release. They could make it April also to like time it that way. It's like the 7 year or 7 years of FF7 sort of thing is another way for them to essentially play into it. Did he say something like this year will be the year of FF7 news? He did say that. He did say that. So fuck, they needs to start sometime. Needs to start at some point. But I think he was saying the year of like FF7 news as for the trilogy as a whole, which technically they are doing by having the like the remake Switch and Xbox. It's really a Switch marketing push, but like by having the remake Switch marketing push, the Rebirth Switch marketing push, then part 3, like they've had kind of the year of FF7 news. We felt the year of FF7 news because we can't fucking stop talking about new interviews. So it has been happening, but layup is right there. 2027. They won't have a better opportunity. They're definitely going to do it. 7/10 is my birthday, so I'm all for that. That's funny. All right, so let's check out this video.
Calm is my favorite town in Rebirth, even beating out heavy hitters like Costa del Sol and the Gold Saucer. Maybe it's because it's the first town you freely explore. Maybe it's because of the homely new arrangement.
So if you don't remember, chat, this was a video. It's called, sorry, I'm going to share it in chat also. It's called the What I Learned Photographing NPCs in FF7 Rebirth, and it's by Solid Arf. This video has been like it's existed for a while. 10 months ago it was uploaded. People have like put me onto this for a long time, and we watched the first half hour a while ago. But basically, what the guy did was he went around all the towns, looked at all the NPCs, looked at all the conversations they had, the interactions that they had, the sort of like subtle storytelling that's happening via the NPCs. And it was very cool. It's just a very chill ass video for, I feel like I had a lot of deep conversations about the drama and the fan base and this new interview. And I just wanted to relax. There's a new Cosmo Canyon observatory video that somebody put me onto that they were hoping I'd react to this week. It's like analysis of like the Nibelheim. I forget. It's analysis of something. I'm not in the headspace for that. Like let's relax. Let's enjoy the world building, the NPCs. Let's just have a good time. That's the vibe I'm looking for before we get into NieR. Also, thank you so much, Red Sarge, for 8 months in a row.
Arrangement of Nobuo Uematsu's On Our Way that just stirs.
So we'll see how far we get into this. How long is this? We're an hour and a half into stream, which is not bad. Not bad. We might watch just like an hour or so. Like we might watch through Costa del Sol maybe, because there's literally 2 hours here. 2 hours of unwatched content. We might split it up between a couple streams.
My soul.
We'll see. Maybe I'll be so fucking into it I won't want to stop.
Calm is cozy in every sense of the word, and it's filled with fun, quirky, and unique NPCs.
Yeah, I could do it at 1.25. Let's do it at regular. There's music. I don't want to mess the music up.
There's a giant Mako tank in the middle of the town square, which the people rely on for their energy. And here, you can see 2 rival maintenance workers who both...
Oh, looking adorable as ever, my darling little Mako tank.
Talk to it.
That weirdo's whispering sweet nothings to the Mako tank again. Can't he see the pipes have got it going on? The way they glisten in the sunlight.
But clearly consider the weird one.
Oh no, you've got a bit of a stain. Don't worry, I'll take care of that for you.
Here, you can see a troupe practicing their dance for the upcoming Harvest Festival.
And don't forget to smile.
Why isn't Yuki dancing with them like a gold saucer? Like, Yuki should already know the choreography.
I believe the scene
She
references the opening chapter of 2006 Final Fantasy VII Dirge of Cerberus, which begins with a festival in Calm featuring a similar dance sequence. I'm curious if we'll see the festival proper in the third entry. There is a slightly more quote-unquote macho rehearsal just behind them, as men in suits train their bodies in case of another invasion.
1, 2. Everything that we do is for the reactors.
Only one man here captures my heart, though. Just behind the dance troupe is a suit holding a giant bouquet, waiting on his date. His voice actor captures his frantic, nervous energy perfectly, and his story actually progresses over the course of the game. Here's him at the beginning.
He's working on full seas.
Too late. Or am I here too early? Was getting here a day ahead of time overkill? Maybe I got a little carried away with this whole proposal business, but the weekly horoscope was crystal clear. Preparation is key.
The way that I played this originally, like, Cloud was definitely standing in front of him. Not even on purpose. I didn't know he was going to, like, propose and, like, get on his knee. But it was really funny. I think I took a screenshot of it in the moment because it was so fucking funny. That it looked like this guy was proposing to Cloud.
How else am I supposed to interpret that?
And after Calm gets horrifically raided by Shinra troopers...
I really love the world.
Something good has to be in store for me after suffering
Hey,
through
what's
that
up?
interrogation. Patience is always rewarded, right?
And...
Did you hear that, chat? Patience is always rewarded, chat. Patience is always rewarded. Let's fucking hope so.
Patience is always rewarded, right?
And finally, here's him at the end.
She dumped me! She seriously dumped me! Where did I go wrong? Should I have tried to ask her out before begging
Fuck, his patience was not rewarded, though. There goes that idea. His patience was not rewarded.
her to marry me? But the weekly horoscope was clear as day! It said to cast all doubt.
This is us after SGF, chat. This is us after FGF, hoping and praying, feeling like our patience is going to pay off. Where there is patience, there is pain. Please. This is going to be us, like, just crashing the fuck out. Dude, jump from strangers to marriage proposal.
Aside and seize the moment!
Poor guy. I have to say though, is it that ludicrous to believe in horoscopes in, like, Final Fantasy? I don't know. I'll leave you with that one. You want to see a happier love story?
Is this really the time?
Wait, he didn't even ask her out? Wait, did I miss the little story? Was he not dating that woman? No, because she dumped me. Maybe her day ahead of time is overkill. No, I think they were dating.
And finally...
Where did I go wrong? Should I have tried to ask her out before begging her to marry?
Oh, wait. Wait, what the fuck? Where did I go wrong? I missed this dialogue. Where did I go wrong? Should I have tried to ask her out before begging her to marry me? Wait, what the fuck? What is going on with this guy? What was their nature? Like, is he delusional?
Marry me? But the weekly horoscope was clear as day. It said to cast all doubts aside and seize the moment.
That's where you went wrong.
Poor guy. I have to say though, is it that ludicrous to believe in horoscopes in, like, Final Fantasy? I don't know. I'll leave you with that one. You want to see a happier love story?
He tried to jump straight to the sequel.
Is this really the time to be going out on a date? You heard what happened in Midgar, right?
Some reactors were bombed, a plate fell, and then a tornado rolled through town.
Oh,
Take
did
it
they
all
have that,
together,
Alex? That is cool.
It's enough to suggest the whole world's coming to an end.
So what? The apocalypse comes and you decide you want to spend your final moments with me? Huh, that's weirdly romantic.
There's a couple who get their date interrupted by the Shinra raid as well.
I can't believe we got arrested in the middle of our date!
Oh, I did see that
Kinda
dialogue.
cool, though,
That's funny.
wasn't it?
Yeah, and when that guy decked you? Whoa!
Hey, Avalanche, thanks a ton. That was just the spark our date needed.
But revisit them at the end of the game, and you'll see they're still laughing about it, making plans to become more serious.
If war really does break out, we probably won't be able to keep going on dates like this.
If you're worried about that, I think we should tie the knot. I promise you, babe, you'll never have a boring day with me.
That's the truth. I never know what kind of trouble you'll attract.
It's a particularly charming one.
Yeah.
There are actually a
They provided like several just like full arcs for story for like NPC. Like, forget even the nature of like the they have satisfying conclusions to like, the broad story, like the whole FF7 story. They literally went through the trouble of making like full stories with conclusions for like the NPCs, which is a level of detail they didn't need to do. But I'm
lot
very
of
glad
love
they did.
stories peppered throughout the world of Rebirth. One of the funniest ones features these two women who have just arrived in Calm from Midgar.
Breathe in that.
Almost some NPCs talking about Tifa working at the Bao Bun cart in the book. Oh shit, really? I must have missed that. I hope that's referenced here.
Fresh air. Take in the never-ending sky. Goodbye, Midgar. Hello, freedom. This is just what I needed to put that creep behind me. Ugh, that absolute pig. I can't believe he dumped both of us. The nerve. Wait, you were dating him too? How am I only finding out about this now? What the hell?
Both were seeing the same scumbag, and after discovering this, they get into a fight over it.
This is for him. Hey, quit it.
So much better than the slap fight in Ever Crisis.
Actually, we're a pretty good match. You hussy! Excuse me?
Gotta be a reference.
In
But they won't do the slap fight, chat. They won't do the slap fight. They can't do that.
more ways than one, maybe?
Come back at the end?
He shows the bun guy.
Go on a date on our next day off. Okay, how about the Gold Saucer? I hear they do all kinds of fun couples events. I'd love to go.
And they're actively planning their next date. Good for them, I think. That doesn't mean everyone is lucky in love, though. Here's
what is
takeaway
it?
7. The main
Is it from haters to lovers or fight or what is the trope? I think it's like later haters to lovers, maybe something like that.
characters and villains of Rebirth are obviously a lot more eye-catching than the incidental NPCs. Their models are
Enemies to
naturally
lovers.
more detailed, their costumes more stylized and
Haters to lovers. Just like someone just hating on somebody rather than actually being against them.
fantastical, etc. So
Bisexual
unsurprisingly, they
representation,
stand out and NPCs take notice. Kids will gather around to gawk at Nanaki, for instance.
He's got tattoos!
Those children won't stop staring. Have they so much as tried to pet me?
His tail's on fire!
There wasn't this. This is reminding me of in the OG in Costa del Sol. So they didn't recreate. Remember, because like Red 13 has this thing where he kicks where he slaps with his tail the soccer ball. So I guess the reference for that was the mini game where he plays with the soccer balls. Maybe that's how they try to. Because this is making me think of like missing that part of Costa del Sol of like him with the kids. I assume that's what the thing was. Isn't it on the beach after Hojo? Oh yeah, it might be. You're right.
And our
I do remember he does something on the beach. I forget what
human
it was.
characters, a lot of NPCs crush on them in a way that almost feels meta. There's the Cloud and Drag enjoyer in Calm, of course.
Costa Ball rolls into red after the Hojo fight. Oh, okay.
But also these two men, the sole two members of their self-declared singles club. They briefly get wowed by Tifa and Aerith.
I just spied the cutest chick. Light pink dress, ribbon in her hair. I think I'm in love, man. Can't let this one get away.
Seriously, bro? Well, I spotted a girl with the best physique I've ever seen.
Wow, I can't believe I missed her. As a founding member of the singles club, I should have been paying more attention.
You do know we're the only ones in that club, right?
It's really funny seeing the singles club practice their manliness as you progress throughout the game.
So, what exactly are we supposed to do after we spot a cute chick?
Fear not, brother. All you gotta do is channel your inner alpha dunk, then charge.
Inner alpha dunk?
I picture myself as more of a wolf, but I can do that.
Yes! Behold the power of the singles club! Nothing can stop us!
He's literally me.
You're the best, bro!
Alright, one more time! I'm gonna charge at you with the burning passion of 1,000 suns!
Let me have it!
They're just so dumb.
Here I come, dear brother! Time to channel my inner alpha dunk and charge!
Inner
I'm
alpha
getting
dunk.
ahead of myself a little bit, but
it's like instead of being an alpha, you're being an alpha.
There's also this man who spots Alina across the bar from him in Junon and thinks to himself,
that girl in the suit looks pretty down, but I could cheer her up. Though as much as I want to buy her a drink, she's got a real intense vibe about her.
Wait, is there another story point with this? Because I remember this dialogue, but I don't remember seeing this guy
Too
again.
much for me to handle.
Oh, God. Talk about humiliating. Rude probably hates me. Boss must want to fire me.
or this woman who daydreams about Scarlet over in Corel.
Back when the reactor was being built, there was this Shinra exec, Scarlet. I'll never forget her. She wore these stunning red dresses, and the way she
I do like that this guy is like bringing in these other moments from elsewhere that are relevant, rather than just saving for them. Or when we're in Corel, or when we're in
Ends
Junon.
of the world if she let me.
Or these many Rufus fans in Upper Junon. During the celebrations
Rufus
leading
fans,
up to
I
his
noticed, like,
presidential
crazy. They're
inauguration.
everywhere.
My wife is completely obsessed with the new president.
He's definitely growing in popularity. All of his merch is constantly sold out.
Remember our mission, to cultivate love and adoration for Rufus Shinra all over the world. So let's get in there and take as many photos as we can.
Rufus Durst is out of
Back
control
at
in this
Com,
game.
there's even someone who's into the local innkeeper, Broden.
Oh gosh, don't tell my husband.
It's all good fun.
Even Broden getting some action.
Com also features this
Oh, yeah,
man
this
who has
guy.
written an epic script about a Baron Kylegate.
I am Baron Kylegate. Behold the towering wall that I...
This guy feels like a GTA NPC. Especially like the name Kylegate. I don't know, something about it feels like, this feels like a delusional GTA 6 or GTA 5 like NPC that like wrote some kind of crazy story and he's trying to sell it to the main character.
built. The future of Calm is bright indeed.
No, that won't do at all. We'll never draw crowds to the theater with hackneyed drivel like this.
A reference to a character from Nojima's short story collection, On the Way to a Smile.
I am Baron Kylegate, and I will make you rue the day you decided to cross me, Shinra. Now squirm like the worms you are.
Everyone loves a good revenge tale.
He'll be evangelizing about his script.
It's so meta. They're even like writing characters like in universe. They're writing characters that are in On the Way to a Smile as like fictional characters.
Basically every time you see him. And over time, Baron Kylegate becomes Muten Kylegate, as he's called in Nojima's book. A man who was fired from Shinra and sought revenge.
I will construct the wall to protect this town for all eternity. Now come and shower me with praise for my magnificent accomplishments. For I am none other than Mutant Kylegate.
Oh, why hello there. Have you come to see our latest production? It's free for a limited time. Except even that doesn't seem to be enough incentive.
It doesn't make sense. The people should be flocking to the theater.
Don't they need something to distract themselves from all the horrible news these days?
Easily my favorite interaction in town, though, is this elderly father who laments his falling out with his son, someone who moved away to Midgard to become a famous singer.
My boy and I had a big falling out. He moved to Midgar because of it. Word is, he's a well-known singer now.
If you look closely at his poster, you might notice that the son, Akira...
This is where we stopped the video last time because I had to like go back to and see this concert that happens. Hold on, I'm just gonna order some food. I think I'm pretty hungry.
Was in Final Fantasy VII Remake, performing in a dingy old bar in Midgar.
Top of the charts, baby, here you come!
Want an autograph?
I had actually photographed him for my episode on Remake. He'd even booked out a giant billboard in Wall Market. Anyway, Akira's career seems to be taking off.
I finally tracked down a music disc of my son's. His name's Akira, in case I hadn't mentioned. He's developed quite a following in Wall Market.
When you return here later, you'll find that his dad has reconciled with him, and now advertises his concerts in Calm.
The Rising Star
This is what we looked up last time.
Akira's homecoming concert.
Do you remember? It actually was before I fixed my OBS, and like going back to look at the concert, I loaded up Rebirth and it crashed the stream. I was having that issue with the game.
Adored in Wall Market and the world over, his silky smooth voice is sure to stir your soul.
Run inside and enjoy the show. Cloud sure will.
It was shocking because he had multiple songs.
He performs more songs too.
He had like 3 or 4 songs. It was nuts.
Here's some fun trivia about the 1997 original. Motomu Toriyama, who worked as an event planner, created the NPC the...
Oh, where do we see Akira show up for a massive production in the remake? I mean, Wutai, whenever we go back to Wutai, it's like, I mean, back to Midgar, it's like under a war. I mean, it could be Wutai actually, but Wutai is also at war. Maybe the Gold Saucer. Yeah. Have him do a show at the Gold Saucer. That would actually make sense. Bone Village.
Shinra middle manager, and would often insert him into scenes he had worked on as a kind of signature. He played around with the NPC Johnny to a lesser extent too.
And he would really be falling off if he could only get a
this
show.
This all feeds back into the larger thesis I have in my NPC photography series. Let's call this point 8 for the purposes of this video. NPCs can offer a way for individual developers to leave their own unique personal marks and perspectives in these massive AAA games, between all their
what
scope
if Akira
and scale.
is? What if an Akira song is the theme song of Part 3, like the hollow, no promises, and then fucking Akira? That would be disappointing, but...
Toriyama is now a full-fledged co-director on the remake trilogy, and Johnny and the middle manager have expanded roles as well. So he mentions in an interview with Frontline JP that he wanted to create a character he could...
Yeah, I did see the new rock version of Hollow. It was cool. It was cool, and I'm like, is that then like related to Part 3? It's like, why would he suddenly be doing like another rendition of Hollow? Like now? It feels weird. It feels a little weird to like do a new rendition of Hollow. It may come back around in Part 3 in some way, like a different version, which could be cool.
Play around with more freely again. After Remake and now through Rebirth, he sees Akira as that character. He even mentions wanting to give him another big scene in the third entry. I, for one,
wow,
am looking forward
he did
to
tease
it.
it. Shit.
By the way, if you sit through everything,
They did like 6 different shorts versions of the same damn line for some reason. Oh, did they? So it's like recently? Because I only saw like the crazy like hard rock one. Did they do like a bunch of different renditions of it? Like, interesting. Midgar, city that's always on my mind. Blast on the high one while they drop into Midgar with parachute.
Akira caps off his concert with the piece that launched his career last game.
This last song is the one that kicked off my career. The tale of a small
So
town
funny.
kid that the
Because Midgar Blues, like straight up in English, doesn't sound good. But actually, I heard the song in Japanese, and I don't understand Japanese, but it sounded better, like sonically.
big city got the best of. Midgar Blues.
Come from Midgar.
I left my one true love behind.
This is a slightly better version. Like, let me see if I can find it real quick. Midgar Blues Japanese. The jukebox version? I want the jukebox version. I want him singing it. I guess it's the only version. The voice is way better too. It's actually kind of vibey. It's kind of vibey. Actually sounds good. Like, it actually sounds good. Versus the Midgar. It's like,
I hope to see you at my next gig.
It is almost
Snowboard Blues? Is there a Snowboard Blues? Or are you just like making a part 3 joke once we get Snowboard? Snowboard Blues? What the fuck is this?
Hey, Spiky! Time to go snowboarding, buddy.
What the fuck is this?
Bro, I'm still kind of upset about that thing that happened. I can't really think about anything else right now.
Come on, it'll be fun. You just gotta put this on your foot here. This on this foot here. God, your boots are pointy. And there you go. Whoa, meet you at the bottom, buddy.
The animation's really good. I will have nightmares from this.
Good to see you.
Wink.
Got nothing to say, Wow, won't even turn around to face me. Kind of rude.
Sorry. I just lost someone really important to me. And dude, not gonna lie, it was kinda your fault.
Bro, I know what it's like to lose someone important to you. Say, is that a snowboard?
That's how you beat Sephiroth. That's fucking hilarious. Holy shit. Hold on, I gotta share this in chat too. Holy shit, that was hilarious. Who fucking said that? Somebody was like, can you react to that? Who was that? Sushi Gecko. Holy shit, thank you for putting me onto that. I've never seen or heard about that in my life. That was amazing. Check pointy bits from the same creator too. Is it another FF7 thing? Pointy bits.
Pony cartoons, yay!
Oh my god.
Ow! Watch out for those pointy bits. I don't want to do that anymore because of the low poly. Hey, what's that?
What's what?
That little red thing down there.
You'll have to be more specific, baby. The good Lord crippled me with colorblindness like the asshole he is.
That little pointy thing right there. Come here.
Oh, let's go check it out.
It's like such a different art style
chocolate
too.
Comrade.
Chocolate?
Yeah, you know, because you're black.
I'm what?
Take us down there, fully fledged pilot. Okay.
I don't mean to sound cynical, but this nigga is gonna kill us. Nah, he just looks big. We'll show him.
Shit.
Interesting. I like the other one more, but funny.
It's impossible to compress how much
think
rich
there might be more
detail
to it,
there
but
is in Calm.
let's get back to
the
it.
most random one might be that there's a kid who skips stones off the wall.
Sorry, thank you so much, Hip Sprite, for the follow. I think we're now at 716 followers on, or 17 on Twitch. I've been like slowly keeping track of that. We're nearing 1,000, which would be crazy if we can get 1,000 followers at some point on here.
And if you swim down the river
Humor from a previous decade, yeah.
another seems to be fishing them out. By the bookstore, you can see two groups of NPCs chattering away. One of the pairings insults each other's tastes, while the other is excited to geek out over their common interests. The comic book character they're discussing, Kid G, I spent much of Rebirth thinking he was just a fun piece.
Dude, I fucking love the Kid G fight, by the way. Like, the Kid G boss fight, I don't know when you guys did it, but I did the final fight against him in hard mode, because I beat the game and then I went back and did a bunch of world stuff on hard mode. And big fan of your analysis videos. Glad I randomly found you on Switch. Thank you so much, Hip Sprite. Yeah, I'm on Switch and YouTube. I live stream every Sunday, every Thursday. So yeah, you can find me. I'm streaming more than I make videos just because it takes so much time. But thank you so much. But yeah, I played Kid G. I fought Kid G. The first time I did the fight against him was in hard mode because I went back and did world cleanup in hard mode. And that was like a tough fight. I remember that being like fairly tough the first time. Kind of fun. Like his movement style is like really cool.
Of pop culture in the game world, especially since there's a light show about it.
Yeah, the lighting improvements, I will see, dude, because like I feel like part of it's somewhat unreal. Like I was literally talking about this the other day with Night Sky Prince of like the lighting issues with one of the biggest things is like, and Max talked about this before, but like 90% of Rebirth is like during the day, and I feel like Remake was almost the opposite. It was like so much of that game happened at night, and the game is just nicer. There's very few night scenes in Rebirth. It's just like everything's like harsh daylight. So I just hope there's more variation. You know, whether they do like, because I've heard people say, oh, do they have a day-night cycle? I don't know if I necessarily need a day-night cycle, but I would love more like variation. You know what I mean? In like the time of day that things happen.
I'm at the amusement park.
I did everything normal. Can't imagine some of those side hunts. Dude, they're tough. Subsistence, the other one that was really hard in hard mode, shockingly, was the side quest with Yuffie, with her and like the Angel of the Slums, where she sends you on this like treasure hunt basically. And you go to that secret beach off the Costa del Sol, and you get attacked by the two alligators or the two crocodiles. That fight on hard mode was so hard because those stupid fucking crocodiles moved and attacked so fast, or gators, whatever they were. Like, god damn it. I thought that one was hard, personally. That one took me a while. Like, I had to figure out, because they both kept attacking. And so I had to like figure out how to stop one of them, or like, I don't know. For me personally, I was struggling with the timing of that.
But he turns out to be an actual character in Corel Desert. He's also a reference to a minor enemy type from the original, you know, with a speaking role this time. I love that they foreshadow his name this early in the game. Older RPGs always did this, of course. You talk to an NPC, and they'll usually drop a hint about something you might encounter later on. But in Rebirth, it feels a little special and a little different. I wasn't talking to any one person. I was...
Yeah, the legendary fights are gonna fuck me up. For sure.
Eavesdropping on hundreds. And this bit of joy between two friends eked out into the world.
Oh yeah, the flower quest one was tough. That the thing that saved me on the flower quest was I got satellite beam. I got two like back-to-back satellite beams, and that's a
this
just
like talking to
AOE
anyone
the shit out of
talk to an NPC from the original. Be an
I
actual
feel like I missed
character
the
in
point
Corel
here.
Desert. He's also a reference to a minor enemy type from the original, you know, with a speaking role this time. I love that they foreshadow his name this early in the game. Older RPGs always did this, of course. You talk to an NPC, and they'll usually drop a hint about something you might encounter later on. But in Rebirth, it feels a little special and a little different. I wasn't talking to any one person, I was eavesdropping on hundreds. And this bit of joy between two friends eked out into the world.
No worries, I'll lend you my copy. Oh, but don't spoil anything for other people, okay?
That latest issue was the best yet!
Wasn't it though? Which part was your favorite?
Kid G for sure! Man, I literally jumped up and cheered when he hit Cactor the 7th with his Mega Punch!
I want to know what's up with that treasure in Corel Desert.
There's some fun stuff in the other low-texture books around town.
A
Business Weekly-style magazine with President Shinra on the cover, a little quiz about being a cat person versus a dog person. You can see FF iconography like Moogles, bombs, and Banora apples printed on the drinks in the vending machines. Some of my other favorite scenes include that of this woman spraying a canopy of hanging plants, and the painter hanging out near her, who seems to be painting those very plants.
Oh, that's cool.
Come back near the end of the game, and his painting will be fully developed.
Holy shit! So the painting actually develops over time. That's sick.
Come back near the end of the game, and his painting will be fully developed.
Wow, that's cool. Holy shit.
Apparently, pizza is big in Com. You can see an NPC spinning and flipping pizza dough too. Near a cafe, there's a journalist who clacks away at his typewriter, with a pile of books near him for research. He's looking into the Mako poisoning victims and Shinra's...
Crazy how deep they go into the NPCs. He returns to the Juggalo farm after every Juggalo race-related quest. The farm NPC will comment on it. Oh, really? I had to do that.
Involvement with them. Just one table away, a man reads the local newspaper, filled with images of Shinra troops. Shinra's influence is clearly felt here, however idyllic the vibes may be. The kids are enamored by it.
Like,
the adults
we're all kind of like being like, holy shit. It's like, yeah, you don't even take in all this stuff.
A little more divided. One townsperson even expresses relief that they can reap the benefits from Shinra's reactors without having to live too near them.
Reactors are terrible for nearby farmlands, which is why I'm glad we get our Mako from Midgar. Let them deal with the fallout while we reap the benefits.
You can visit those farms and ranches in the grasslands outside of town too. The NPCs here aren't particularly noteworthy, but it is cool to see them at work, and to be able to see where Com gets a lot of its dairy and produce from.
This stuff here ain't feed for the animals, it's their bedding. When it ain't been dried enough, they get all bent out of shape. Start pecking at my head like it's a damn hay barrel.
Was with my bird since he was hatched. And now he's gone. I know I gotta get it together and move on. But knowing it and doing it are...
In town, these local products are then directly used to make ice cream.
It's a really good cow model.
And various desserts. And coffee at the cafes. The unique NPCs who challenge you to Rebirth's very addictive card game have more distinct characterizations. And in Com, I'll highlight this young girl in particular, who's a ventriloquist with a creepy light-up doll named Mr. Cuddlesworth.
Huh. Just so you know, Nate and her cards are ready for a game, if you got the guts.
I love the light-up heart-shaped clock on Cuddlesworth's chest. Speaking of dolls, one of those niche cultural details
I love what she says after you beat her, too, because she says something as the doll.
That makes Com feel like its own unique place is this wooden doll that's apparently taking the population by storm.
All natural, made from local wood. Guaranteed to bring you closer to that special someone, too. Brings you good luck and keeps you safe to boot. There's nothing this doll can't do. Sold only in Com, the perfect souvenir.
Here's the carver who came up with it, who is noticeably more excited than the carvers who actually carve and mass-produce it.
Who knew there was so much gil to be made in this wooden doll business?
Get out! You make those? My wife picked one up recently. Said it's the cutest.
Cute, huh? I'd say they look like the stuff of nightmares, but
To each their own.
Been no end to the overtime ever since the boss decided to take on a bunch of new orders.
Yeah, it's the same with me. Making wooden dolls day in, day out.
At the local inn, you'll...
It's actually a really good voice performance too. Like this, the guy on the left, his voice performance is really good.
Boss decided to take on a bunch of new orders.
Yeah, it's the same with me.
It's like that tired, like, yeah, it's the same with me. Like the delivery.
Making wooden dolls day in, day out.
At the local inn,
He sounds like genuinely tired, you know?
you'll see a man with a slightly different
Keenan talks got range, dude, it could be.
doll habit. He's collecting the plushies they sell at the Gold Saucer, and he always sits surrounded by them.
So, how much do you need this time? Would another 300 gil cover it?
500 would be...
How did I never see this guy? What the fuck? How did I never see this human being in the game covered in plushies?
ideal. But that's all, and then I can get fuzzy wuzzy.
It's a great gag. At least he's getting along better than
Never
the singles
seen him.
club.
We of the Singles Club sadly remain as single as ever. But don't give in to despair, my dear brother. We're not throwing in the towel yet!
Com might not be a tourism center, but it is a commercial one, and the outfits here are a bit more dapper and deep-colored than what we've seen so far. Take a look.
That fucking guy.
There's plenty of low texture but variegated food items at the cafes too, giving off the feel of a real market center. I'd go. There's also a couple who frantically takes turns photographing each other. I was pleasantly surprised by how many cameras I saw in Rebirth.
I was kind of thinking about that. If you mean like, because I've heard people complain about like the cities have too much. Like they like, I liked how like sparse and whatnot the OG was. To some extent though, like the sparseness of the OG was just a byproduct of like literally the limitations they had, right? Like, hey, what's going on, Pod? Like the limitations of the hardware and like how many characters they can portray. You know what I mean? Like I think there's some places where it's intentionally sparse, but I think in other places it's just because they couldn't render that many people. But I personally love all the life that's being
Again,
breathed
it's a
into
game about making
world.
memories, and the NPCs care about that too. With how many
we'll see what
tourist-heavy
Breath
areas
starts
there
out
are in
with.
the game,
I think we'll start
and
the
in
northern
fact how much the game
continent.
revolves around the value of tourism, it only makes sense.
Just gotta cross those mountains and then we'll be in Junon. From there, we'll take the ferry to Costa del Sol.
It's gonna be great.
I wonder if we
feel
see
like
them
I
on the
can
ferry.
already
Probably
hear
do.
the waves crashing on the beach.
Nice transition.
Brittle houses in the sea air, paint chipping and wood bending, time moving on. Junon is
I
a
love
pastiche
Junon.
of
Oh my god, this song, yes, Alex, fuck it. I've already shown this song before, but I'm gonna show it again. There's an amazing, I fucking love this. Junon. The consoles. Junon. Under Junon. We're not gonna listen to the whole thing, but god, it's so good. If you've never seen this. I showed this months ago at this point, but we're not gonna watch the whole thing because it's 10 minutes, but I might be a jazz guy. I didn't realize I was a jazz guy, but I like movies that involve jazz. I like these shits. I think I might be a jazz guy. I love Persona 5 soundtrack, which is heavily jazz based. I might be a jazz guy, which I'm not even realizing it. A lot of cool moments here. Every song I push is jazzy, it kind of is. Alright, this part's good. Yeah, the intermission soundtrack. He's killing me with this guitar. And gets crazy. King. God, it's so good. The fucking Junon Bar also has a really good jazz band too.
Tracks. Like its sibling city Midgar, it's
literally, yeah, it reminded me of the same thing, yeah. That channel, it's a that is a band, you can look it up, called The Consoles. Bands, The Consoles. So it's like console, but instead of soul, it's like soul, like from the soul. And very jazz. Like perfect for jazz. But very good. And they have lots of songs. They do so much. They do a ton of Final Fantasy, other games. They're really good. I think they're from like Australia, because I looked them up to see if they were like, I was like, oh, did they ever like play anywhere? And like all the locations for like any live performance was Australia.
Shinra occupation, and segregated into an upper level for the affluent and a lower one for the working class. Lower Junon is a seaside town where the primary industries are sailing and fishing. How is this woman so zen? Look at her! She's swinging her rod one-handed. Ma'am? Ma'am, are you fishing or are you chilling? She's chilling. This guy is fishing. Once an independent floating city in the water, partially made up of a flotilla, Junon lost in the war with Shinra, who went on to build a reactor in the water there. Their oceans have suffered for it. Their economy has too. A teacher in the town square shows us what their home used to look like, before it became this downtrodden.
This video's vibes are incredible.
People never needed Shinra to survive. But
it's just nice to appreciate all these details and not argue about all the other stuff that we tend to sort of like talk about, you know? I thought it'd be refreshing to like just immerse into this.
We forgot how.
Watchguards survey the horizon in case of attacks by sea. An old man feeds these funky seagulls on the beach.
Those thing, yeah, I noticed that.
There isn't much to note about general costuming here, though it's just very funny to me that they live by the ocean and their hats say...
Seriously, Let's Mosey. Anyone who says that games are cash grab needs to watch these videos, 100%.
Ocean. Lower Junon uses largely the same NPC pool as fellow impoverished towns Nibelheim or North Corel, but whereas Nibelheim kept an earthy, rustic farmland vibe, here we see more of a coastal fishery aesthetic. We've got unique dockworker NPCs in blue, and large rubber gloves. Here's a quick overview.
Even like having those like long like fish like fisherman gloves almost is like a nice detail. Like really, it taps into like the professions that are had there, how people live, like the real culture of it. Like it's like a nice detail, dude.
With all the ways to cure fish, it's practically an art form.
It's easy to forget how much love is put into every damn aspect of these games. There's so much in these games is incredible. And
as individuals, Rebirth NPCs are often one-dimensional caricatures, as we've seen, but it's as agents in an interconnected world that they really start to shine. You can see activists passing out flyers in Lower Junon.
We're recruiting for Crows Against Shinra. Let's stand up to our corporate oppressors.
And those activists come from the Crow's Nest, a nearby settlement outside Shinra's jurisdiction. Go there, and you can see the flyers actually getting made, the promotional plans being laid out.
So we have to galvanize the people, collect more signatures, post more flyers. If we want to restore Junon's waters to their brilliant blue, then we cannot rest for even a moment. We can win this fight if we stand tall and stand together. Who's with me?
Once Meteor comes, I
The
wonder how
residents
the
here
vibe
left
changes
Lower
and
Junon to be
how they
independent from Shinra. They are ideologically distinct from those who stayed behind and clung to the past.
Like, I can't wait for this video after part 3. Like the version of this video, the same creator, the same person who has real talent for this. Like I want to see them do this with part 3 and like how the NPCs evolve over the course of that game and the story and Meteor Fall, all that will be fascinating. Wouldn't it be so interesting to, if for example I pitched that idea of what if you get to explore the world after the credits and you get to see where everyone is and how things are, like to see this, like NPCs even having like new dialogue about what happened after Meteor Fall, you know, that would be cool too. Hold on, I think my food may have arrived. 1 second. Right. I don't know, Puppy Chew. It's hard to like speculate on DLC until like we see where it goes, you know?
Those who saw land and history as part of their identity. There's a very alt subculture vibe to it all. Have a look.
I love the creation of this place too. I remember being so excited when I reached this because I was like, holy shit, there's a whole another town in the Junon area? That's crazy.
While kids in Lower Junon just learn history, the ones at Crow's Nest learn slogans and calls to action.
So never forget, children, that the ocean is counting on you.
Okay!
And what do we always say? No tears until our waters are crystal clear.
No tears until our waters are crystal clear!
Wouldn't it be nice? Sorry, I know I'm like getting into sequel speculation. I'm sorry for those that this offends, but like, wouldn't it be cool? Because there's been so much conversation about like one of the things that happens in On the Way to a Smile is a really hard time. Humanity is a hard time moving on, like without Mako, and like that's really what leads Barrett to do the oil thing, because they need power to like transport medicine, all that kind of stuff. But they've laid the groundwork here in terms of like specifically regarding that. President Shinra asking Barrett about that. What would you do with the new world that you give them? Would they thank you for the new world without Mako? I could foresee being able to see Barrett after Meteor Fall helping with like restoration of things like the like windmills, like other alternative sources of power, or the people of Junon sort of restoring the water and the seas. Like they've laid the groundwork for those types of things, and it'd be really cool to be able to see that, you know?
They're told to use those lessons to look forward. Lower Junon's a bit more traditional, but who knows? As we've seen, the game's population is nothing if not diverse. In gender, in age, in body type, in sexuality, in belief.
Rufus will come out on top.
The rich and powerful always do.
I respect the sea, and it'll be a cold day in hell before I work a Shinra ship.
A pastiche of contrasts.
The Crows are recruiting. Tensions with Shinra are high. There's a large crowd of protesters by the elevator to Upper Junon. Why don't we take the ride up?
Definitely want to see another story with Barrett than what they
Upper
wrote
Junon is a world of difference from its counterpart. It's a metropolitan commercial fever dream. Theater marquees advertising different genres of now playings, from the blockbuster Attack of the Weapon, to a Western horse girl drama, Chocobo girl drama, to a B horror flick with one of those pumpkin
Make
monsters
the
you fight
movies.
later.
Make these
Books
movies.
at the
I want
popcorn
these.
stands and
Speaking of GTA, because I also really like GTA. I don't care, or Red Dead. You know, like they have the little theater with like the little shows. Fucking give me these. Like I want to see little 5-minute productions for these in Port 3.
to a B horror flick with one of those pumpkin monsters you fight later. Books at the popcorn stands include comics about Stamp and magazines for the Air concert. The people here are clearly more affluent too, as most of the dialogue has to do with shopping.
What do you think about this brooch?
It's fine.
You think my girlfriend would like it?
Let me take a closer look. This brooch has 2 machine guns on it, and you want to give it to your girlfriend? Bro.
The store stock cool katanas and replicas of the giant Mako cannon that towers over the city. This is perhaps the starkest and most offensive contrast to Lower Junon. Shinra beat them in the war. Now, they've turned their city into a temple to war. So much of the aesthetic that permeates Upper Junon has to do with golds and scarlets, with soldier iconography that the people treat as cutesy paraphernalia. It's kind of darkly hilarious. This militarism only gets cranked up thanks to the inauguration parade held there for Rufus Shinra. A cool consequence of this is that the city also does a remarkable job of humanizing Shinra's soldiers. Like, there's a trooper who loves cats. A lot of them chat about their private lives, about having wives and husbands and kids. It makes them feel like real people beneath those helmets. Wait, what am I doing? I work for Avalanche. Ha! Take that, Shinra. This inauguration will be standing room only. The Shinra middle manager shows up again here, and through Rebirth, we see him go through an arc from the stiff company man he was last game into... well...
Look, honey, it's me! Daddy's on television!
Sir, please!
I miss you very, very much, but I promise I'll be home real soon! Oh, and I got to see the cannon! And it was so big, way bigger than in your picture books. I only wish you and Mommy were here to see it with me. So you know what?
Oh yeah,
Next
I wonder what
family
he'll do in
vacation,
Part 3.
We'll all come here together.
Are we still live?
Later, we'll follow him into vacation mode in Costa del Sol, where...
Actually, that's kind of a real through line for him in terms of like, he's clearly missing his family, wanting to...
He's sent on an assignment, but ultimately disappointed by the work. That arc continues into the Gold Saucer, until his story unceremoniously ends with a summons back to the office. But he's been forever changed by his adventures out here. The original game ended with him slowly getting sidelined by the company he toiled so hard for.
we did see his family
It was a downer, and
we actually do see his family technically in Remake. When you first get into the train station in Chapter 3, because he was on the train, he's in the square, like in that main, like initial town square with all the food vendors. In the big circle. He's like in the middle, and him and his family are there.
But a real one, all things considered. The Re-Trilogy seems to be setting up something more lighthearted and optimistic for him. Rebirth, independently at least, does. Now, he says, he's excited to return to work not for the work itself, but to middle manage and protect his employees. In that spirit, this is my 9th takeaway. Rebirth is a massive game, but it did have an extremely efficient development cycle, and a big part of that comes down to employee retention. The people who worked on the last game worked on this one, and that kind of connectivity helps with everything. I think it's also a big part of why the world coheres so well, not just in this title, but with its predecessor. At least the middle manager will always be more of a serious worker than this Junon suit.
Hey, have you been to the company bar yet? They've got some quality stuff, and we get an employee discount.
I'll have to check it out, but
Is it just me, or are you always drinking? I mean, I wouldn't say always. I just take advantage of it when I can, you know? But you never take advantage on the clock, right? Oh, no,
oh my god, it's supposed to be, that'd be funny.
Never do that.
Does that look like the face of a man who would lie? Yes, let's not be cutesy here. It does. If we take his advice and scope out Junon's bars, we'll see some other fun vignettes too. Thankfully, the best one falls on the critical path, so you've probably seen it.
Can't believe they bastardized it, chat. How did they bastardize this beautiful, serious, lovely, deep,
yes,
dark?
There's a bald bar in Upper Junon, and I love the NPC interactions in it just so dang much. This whole sequence is a contender for the funniest scene in an already funny game. I especially love this little headbutt ritual.
I lost my fucking soul watching this. I was like, this is so funny.
The new president isn't going for the bald look.
Dunno, but if he did, he could spend less time preening himself and more time doing his job.
Upper Junon's costumes also contrast Lower Junon's. People are dressed in brighter colors and ascots, and they wear...
I love what this is. I don't get people complaining about it because people are just dedicated to this being fucking miserable.
Jewelry like earrings and necklaces. And fancy wristwatches. I also appreciate this one citizen who looks up at the window displays of upcoming collections and notes that the local fashion companies...
So, this is the latest in Junon fashion, is it? Well, alright then. Let's see what you got for me. They have a thing for bright colors. But what's this? Elements of military design subtly worked in. Catering to the people's tastes in the lead up to the inauguration. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Are playing up military aesthetics to tie into timely trends. With the city being as segregated as it is, this is a good place for our 10th pin. This is a big one. There are a few different pools of generic NPCs. Square uses muted, dull colors and bits of dirt on clothes for impoverished communities, like you'll see in Nibelheim or Lower Junon, and bright, vivid colors, greens and blues and pinks with more trendy designs for the more well-off ones, as seen in Calm or Upper Junon. Some NPC models fall in between the categories, like this one in the blue sleeveless, or this lady with the gray scarf, essentially forming a quote-unquote middle class on the spectrum. This feels particularly interesting as we start packing our bags to voyage to Costa del Sol, where we start seeing more vacation clothes and trendy designs. Square has transformed what was once a short and sweet break between the action into a bustling hotspot and paradise. Costa del Sol
literally, Costa del Sol, you blew through it so fast in the OG.
Is a full-on party, and it all starts with the cruise ship you ride to it. These people are all packed for vacation, sunglasses clipped to their shirts. On the deck, you can run up to join an exercising session where each exercise is named after a different FF monster, and Cloud has a different animation for each pose, depending on when you join them.
Next, we'll be moving into Terror of the Deep, plunging down into the sea. Now, shift into Spearhawk form and glide along the sea breeze.
There are some fun sub-stories in the cabins below too. You can overhear a journalist who's thrilled she got to be in Junon during the attempt on Rufus's life.
We got the scoop on the new president skirting death at his own inauguration. This is gonna make
I remember these,
That
It's like journalists.
Wu-Tai's ninjas being involved. You think it holds any water?
And she considers a follow-up investigation in Wu-Tai, except
Maybe I ought to go undercover in Wu-Tai to root out the truth. The pen is
I
right
wonder if
here
we see her in Wu-Tai
and I'm
then.
gonna prove it. And while I'm at it, I can pick up some Dachau beans as tasty souvenirs.
she also wants to do
I hope we
tourist
see
things
them.
there.
I hope we see her in Wu-Tai.
You can also overhear one dude talking about surviving the plate collapse from the previous game, and
When the plate fell and I got hurt,
yeah, Drake,
I was pretty depressed. But then I got this vacation, so I guess it turned out pretty good in the end.
what? What do you mean pretty good in the end? You can find a whole lot of vacationers lounging in the hammocks.
Oh yeah,
or
I've
reading
seen that,
books like
Alex.
The Legend of Shinra. One of the main missions on the ship is a Queen's Blood tournament, that card game I mentioned earlier. And if
I'm
you
very
rise through the
excited for
ranks, NPCs start cheering on.
Especially Puppy Cheer. Did you see the thing last week? I don't know if you were here. Somebody pointed out that like literally in Rebirth. Did I drop it into this document? Somebody found the map. Like in Rebirth. Fuck, I don't have it here. In Rebirth, I don't know if you were here. Yeah, the map. Yeah, so you did see it. Yeah, like they show the goddamn map. Like the map is in the corner, and you can see how big Wutai is. It's crazy.
On you, and the host even puts a little cloud sticker on his cheek. Here's a fun takeaway. If you watch the QB players closely, you'll notice that they actually hold different cards in their hands.
Oh, I never noticed that.
It's not just the same cards across all players. In fact, it's a surprisingly wide range. I love Queen's Blood and thought this was such a nice detail. Regina, the Queen's Blood champion, has a design I want to highlight too. Her outfit has a red and black colorway and plaid patterning, reminiscent of Sora's look in Kingdom Hearts 3. Her heart-shaped earrings could be read as an allusion to Cage also. Interpretations may vary. On one hand, this could just be a recent Nomura design fad. On the other, Cage 3 featured several...
You missed it? Hold on, let me bring it up. Let's go to my channel. Go to the live from last... Oh, that's Friday. That was Thursday, sorry. There was the live from last week. Somebody showed this. In the like top corner of the map, like in like if you pull up the full world map on Rebirth, there's like a little icon in the top left that shows the unobscured like full world map. You can see Wutai. You can see what would I assume is the Medeal area, sort of like Round Island, like everything. And it's been in the game this whole fucking time. We just never noticed it. Very cool, like catch that somebody made.
Chessboard motifs, and the checkered pattern went hand in hand with that. Despite being a card game, Queen's Blood uses similar imagery for its board, so maybe that chessboard influence drove Regina's design too. Either way, I really enjoyed her character and her rivalry with Cloud. On the topic of Queen's Blood and chess, I'll also jump ahead for a second to the Gold Saucer, where the original featured this fun little scene of two ghosts playing chess. In Rebirth, that's replaced with Queen's Blood, and actually becomes story relevant. Fun stuff.
That was so cool, I love this. God, they had so much fun making this shit, man.
My favorite thing about Costa del Sol is that it's the one town you get to explore with a physical camera for one of the side quests. So I got all my closest looks at the NPCs here. Here's an exhibition of the vacation looks on display. You'll see Hawaiian shirts, Hawaiian shorts.
If anything, that's the one thing about like replaying the game is when you replay the game because you've done all the world stuff. Because I did the thing where I reset my progress, and even then I felt the QB players like it's still considered like finished, so you don't get the same exact feeling as that very first time through, you know.
Tattoos, sundresses with floral patterns on them, carved amulets.
Yeah, Shackman, it really is a perfect setup for the contrast in part 3.
And, of course, the local staff's uniforms.
How it will be, you know? Especially after, like, once Meteor's
One
in the
detail
sky.
I like here is that the workers for the resorts have the resort names printed on their shirts, so you can tell which hotels they work for.
Oh! Nice little detail,
Tour guides have these beautifully textured green and yellow and white dresses, and sometimes flowers in their hair. With the camera, you can also zoom in on a lot of fun vignettes throughout the level. there's a guy with a giant clock, where all of the numbers use the font for Final Fantasy logos. There's this painter and his muse.
I paint what I see and I sell what I paint. So I travel in search of inspiration.
Here's them at the start of the game.
Does this inspire you?
Hardly. A pose like that lacks nuance. Art without subtlety is distasteful.
And here's them when you revisit later.
I'll need to figure out my next destination soon.
I'm sure we'll have a lovely time wherever we go.
It's funny because, like, technically, if you take this, like, very literally, you're like, man, so they've been doing this, like, portrait for days. But it is cool to see things over time. Also, Unk's Spartan. Go ahead with the question.
Who said that you could come along?
No one, but it couldn't hurt to take a muse along for the ride to
Yeah, no
inspire
picture drawn in.
you.
I kind of expected to
There's
see...
this delivery guy with the giant backpack as well, who has a fun running gag associated with him.
Where's my next drop-off spot? 2 pizzas, down on the beach. Copy that. Oh, and double check the order next time, will ya? Last guy wanted pepperoni but got pepperoncino instead.
You can see him in a
Pepperoncino's
second
delicious,
spot if
though.
you're on graphics mode.
If I'm thinking of the right
Okay,
thing.
2 plates of spaghetti. Coming right up. And be careful. We gave some guy a bowl of spaghettoni and he was not
Oh, it's a
happy.
different
Folks
thing
are
than I
picky
expected.
about their pasta.
On the topic of food, if you'll pardon me donning my Final Fantasy 15 enjoyer hat again.
I was thinking it was the pepperoni that's like a little more like
For a second, that was
the cup one. How did I close chat?
a game with a very similar design philosophy as far as leisure and distractions went. Look closely at the food in Rebirth, and you'll see a variety of appealing dishes,
Oh,
each
the
befitting their
FF7's music.
locales, like brunch and bakery goods.
How else do you think the idea of the final battle in part 3 doing a Dissidia type thing, heroes from multiple timelines or games coming together to stop Genova, the whole write-up? It's hard for me to say because, unfortunately, I have not played Dissidia. So, I don't know. I can't really comment on that. Because I don't really know that world super well and like how it does that. I kind of would assume not. I think it'll be pretty locked into FF7, but yeah.
And calm, or fish dishes on the cruise ship, or greasy burgers and tacos and roasts and fruits in Costa del Sol. That said, the food does look low polygon and a little plastic.
Yeah, if you mean like literally like FF10 characters and stuff showing up, then no. For sure not. I don't think.
Can we take
Tina shows up part 3, I'm booking a flight to
a
Japan.
second to appreciate how good food looked in FF15 a decade ago? Or the fact that NPCs convincingly ate meals? Let's take Takeaway 12 to go. The emphasis on food and culinary tourism in FF15 made sense. Food was a huge part of EOS's culture, and cooking for someone or sharing meals was a way of expressing love in
Came up
that
with a new
world.
recipe.
Folks at the seaside resort ate lobster and seafood. At the old market district, they had their pick of cuisines. At random diners, they had omelets and fries. And at random rest stops, they ate sandwiches. For the most part, meals looked pretty good, and inspired new recipes for the party's resident chef. Food doesn't hold quite as much narrative or cultural value in FF7, so it makes sense for it to look relatively, I'm so sorry, undercooked. As assets, I mean. Different games emphasize different details, and that's okay. In fact, it tells us something about each game.
That's nice.
You know what isn't undercooked though? The world building in this level. Let's work off those calories at the local gym, where you can see all manner of exercises.
Thank you so much, Spartan. Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be like Gilgamesh style. There may be like references. I think there'll be like in Remake, right? Like Remake also has like the sort of like FF10 Easter egg in the Shenron Museum thing. I think they'll keep any of that stuff to like references or like Easter eggs. Not like full blown integration, Eat a dick, lactic acid is a quote in the gym. That's
and
funny.
Also overhear some really weird barks.
My body's a temple, my muscles religion.
The sweat off my brow is proof of my conviction. Greet every day with a bunny hop.
Squat with the pain and tears that never stop.
The Zell poster in Tifa's room. Yeah.
I will become stronger. I will rise above. Bring on the pain.
I really like the writing for the ambient dialogue in Costa del Sol in general. The entire resort just blooms to life around every corner.
Yeah, I know they've done that with like Kingdom Hearts and Smash and all that. I think they're going to keep it within the realm of what FF7 is, though, you know.
There's a random guy on a street who, after the boss fight on the beach, will recognize you as having been there.
Like all those instances are like FF7 crashing into other worlds or crossing over to other things, versus they want to keep FF7, which they've said multiple times, right?
A sec. Weren't you part of that trouble on the beach yesterday?
The town also features just some of the most bizarre writing and line reads. I've covered the materia pops already, but listen to this menu of FF-themed tongue twisters at a local food truck.
Tacos del Sol, bomb bowls, tonberry spritzers, Moogle melts, Sahagin pizza, mush stew, chocoboba, Marlboro malts, flan frappes, we've got it all!
Or this absurd exchange between two shoppers at the weapons store.
Do they have a cute one that'll go with my swimsuit?
Coconuts make great weapons.
Oh yeah,
and
definitely gotta
shields.
read.
Talk about versatile.
What are you talking about? Here's one between two swimmers.
What are you even singing?
And another between two lifeguards at the beach.
It must have had fun just coming up with this
Body's
bullshit.
burning up. I can feel the sun calling me, saying, catch a wave and ride it all the way to the sky.
Think it's just saying, you've got heat stroke.
Nah, that wave's gonna carry me to the heavens.
You know, these days, the waves mostly carry garbage.
Guess I'm just gonna have to go see for myself.
No. Get back to work.
This is the series that gave us such NPC gems as You Spoony Bard, This Guy Are Sick, and I Want to Be a Blitzball When I Grow Up. But now, with better localization, it's the voice actors who ham it up and bring the laughs. Additional voices credits, I see you.
Oh,
And
nice
boy,
call
do I
out.
hear you. The beach itself is a lovely spot as well, where families will just hang out.
Yeah, hopefully we have Fusion Sword. I did a stream a while back, by the way, where it was, hold on, let me see. Well, I know it was this one. If you check out this stream, Spartan, I have like a whole section of like the ideal, like part 3 predictions, like gameplay stuff. I have a whole section. It's a chapter marker called Fusion Sword gameplay, and I talked about like Fusion Sword stuff. And like we did a whole thing on that. We like speculated how could they do it, you know? Alright, especially
If you recall the kids playing soccer in Costa del Sol back in the original, there's a new version of that here.
How bad are we dooming? I mean, it'll still be at 2027, but it'll just really suck. I was crashing out over it earlier, of just like how much it would suck to have to like not even have a name for the next few months. That would be rough.
I'm going straight for the goal! You got this!
Okay, you saw that.
Hey, pass it to me!
There's a dude making a sandcastle with just the utmost passion possible for a sandcastle.
Others may scoff at me building with sand, but it's as valid a medium as any other. And as an artist, I will settle only for perfection.
There are surfers, and swimmers, and friends even teaching each other to swim. It's also worth noting that Costa del Sol is the turning point for the Shinra middle manager. Initially, he's upset at the sight of the party showing up, since he's here on assignment, but ultimately his assignment goes.
I don't think I'm not too nervous. I have no real fear on it. I don't think they're going to do 2028 release. I don't think it'll go that far. I mean, they've said constantly it's going really well. I think this is just about timing things up for multi-platform and all that stuff.
Wrong. And he snaps at Shinra for the first time, setting him up for the arc he'll eventually complete at the Gold Saucer.
Why do I even bother? I'm finished. No. The company can't fire me if
if I fire myself
Game's
first.
complete,
You hear
content
that?
complete.
I quit.
Hamaguchi's played it 40 times.
Rufus, take your Mako and shove it up your
Shove it
ass.
up your ass.
Screw you, Shinra. Screw you.
In fact, the only joy he finds here is in that little photography side quest with Tifa and Aerith.
Sure.
I didn't mind seeing the manager or Kyrie or Johnny in Rebirth, but one of my critiques of Costa del Sol is that I didn't feel so many of the cameos from Remake were necessary. I think figures like Madame M and Andrea and Mireille gave Midgar a lot of character, and that they felt particularly
True. Hopefully, Alex, yeah, Hamaguchi said preparations for the reveal are underway, so hopefully it means, like, imminent, you know?
off Midgar.
But he's also said, we're gonna, in the very near future, and very soon, he said that should last September, so you also can't take it 100% guarantee either.
Did we need to see everyone hop away from the city concurrently with Cloud and his friends? For me anyway, it robbed Midgar a bit of its distinctness. I would have liked some time away from some of these characters so the eventual return to Midgar in the next entry
actually
could feel like a full home.
I felt it was like a little convenient that like everyone was, but they explained it basically because of the state of Midgar. They're like, okay, well, we can't really do things, right? Like it's kind of a state of emergency over there because of the accident and the tornadoes and all that. So in my very first playthrough, I was feeling it a little bit. It's like, oh man, everyone's just suddenly also along for the ride.
Coming. But maybe this is the wrong time to overthink. I'm on vacation. What's the parlance? Hang loose. Costa del Sol is also a prime location for Takeaway 13. Love is in the air in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. As mentioned earlier, there's no shortage of NPC love stories in this game, but some of the most affecting ones take place here and in the Gold Saucer. After all, that's where they all come to holiday together. Here, you can see another couple whose story progresses throughout the game. From courting...
Well, how would you feel if you received a bouquet like this?
Me? I'd be flattered.
Good, because it's for you, mi amor.
to hesitation.
How about that date?
I mean, my shift isn't over for a while.
Okay, but what about after you're done for the day?
To trying to find a date spot.
Where's the best place for a romantic dinner?
Wow, it's a whole little thing. Even within Costa del Sol.
To finally being an established pair in the last chapter.
Honey, did you forget to water the flowers?
Of course not. I was just waiting till after we ate.
If they wait, they wilt. Now hurry up and give them their supper or you won't get yours. Got it?
Yes, ma'am. Got it.
You've also got a couple bickering about whether to follow an itinerary or just chill out while on vacation.
I made us a schedule for our stay. You promised to review it by the time we arrive?
Baby, we're on vacation. What do we need a schedule for?
I'm spending my entire bonus on this trip. I'm not wasting a second.
Isn't that the point of a vacation? To sit around and do nothing?
A couple taking photos on the beach.
Yeah, I was it could be. They could do like NPCs occasionally.
Say cheese.
This okay?
And my personal favorite. You know the quest where Tifa has to fill in for a pianist who had to drop out of a concert here? Hours later, you can find that pianist in Cosmo Canyon, talking to his partner about how he had to miss his show.
All around it's like a week. So you have to like
think they pulled
accept
it
a
off?
little.
I mean, you were their star pianist before we...
I told you the person I got to sub for me would manage, didn't I? More importantly, we need to commit to a house.
A little
Now, I
suspension
thought
of
the property
disbelief,
we
you
saw
know.
the other day was to die for.
It was, but don't you think it might be a little big for the two of us?
Well, it does need to have room for my piano.
I do remember this.
And who knows? Our family might
So it was
end up
like
growing
the
someday.
follow-up on
There's
the
more than one way to
missing
nurture life,
pianist.
after all. Isn't that what we learned from our time here in Cosmo Canyon?
This is a new start for them, a necessary new start in a new place. It's a bit deeper than some of the other vignettes we've looked at. More on Cosmo Canyon later. Here's a brief look at the vacationing couples at the Gold Saucer too, especially those in line for the Sky Wheel.
And the Advent Children music.
Some of them are surprisingly heavy on
Santa.
public displays of affection. But you know what I love? The most unabashed devil may care PDA might be between this older couple, showing the young uns how it's done. It's clear they've been familiar for a long time. That's how you truly hang loose. Speaking of love stories, here's a fun one. On occasion, you can randomly see proposals at the Gold Saucer.
Sweetheart, would you be mine forever?
Oh, I never noticed that.
A long and happy marriage to you both! Let's have a round of applause for the soon-to-be newlyweds!
Gold Saucer. Yeah, do you remember when I was like, oh, maybe we'll just go up through like Costa del Sol and, you know, save the rest for next week? It's really hard. It's hard to stop.
The Gold Saucer is a neon wonderland of lasers, light shows, and libations. Delights, dance, and drinks. In the middle of the desert.
It's really fun, yeah.
In this way, it tastes like a strange cocktail of the Las Vegas Strip and Disneyland. Some of it is clearly meant to be ironic, and some of it is parodic. But let's be real. If Square Enix had a theme park, this is basically exactly what it would be. Like in the original game, you're greeted by Final Fantasy mascots almost upon arrival, including a chocobo, a cactuar who inspires visitors to make the iconic cactuar pose, or who
God,
inspires
the animations of this like mascot is so good, actually. Like the deformation and the costume
to make the iconic
like a little squishy. Really good. Did he cover the 2 crew members in the Shinra 8 foreshadowing T-Tough fighting on the side of Wutai when the war? Oh no, he didn't actually. Oh yeah,
and a
they should have
Tonberry
a
making
GP
stabby
seller
motions with a
reference.
shiny balloon.
I don't know if they did.
Kinda scary.
This video is called "What I Learned Photographing NPCs." In FF7 Rebirth. It's fantastic.
I love the balloons here in general, and how they're textured. The shiny, reflective surface and wrinkles imply these are Mylar balloons instead of the typical latex, which,
these
fun
balloon designs
fact,
are great.
means they're easier to shape
The
and
designs of them, and
personalize.
even like
They
that
also
look so
last
good.
longer, but they're not biodegradable. Like in Disneyland, occasionally you can run into these cast members all together, doing a little performance too. Have a look.
Join our very friendly Tonberries. All together now. Ready? Do the chef knife pose. Let's spread our wings along with our Choco buddies here. All together now. Do the quick whip pose.
Get your elbows ready, folks! And just like our prickly
Using the cactuar pose.
together now, do the cactuar pose!
What I love even more is that Square
It's a
doesn't
great
shy away from
details,
showing us a
yeah.
bit of the magic backstage. At one point, you have to chase a character into the back rooms where you can see a cast
love
member
this
with
guy.
their chocobo mask
Yeah.
off.
Late again. I'm in for it now. Wait, he wouldn't fire me, would he? A pay cut, sure, but...
And you can see the ride operators on their consoles. There isn't much to say about the tourists here since they don't really have unique designs. They might carry merch, but they don't typically wear merch, which could have been cool. Still, we
Oh, that
can see
would've
a
been
lot of
cool.
them having
They
a
have,
good
like, Gold
time
Saucer
and
merch?
taking photos at least.
Gold Saucer
They're taking
t-shirts.
selfies and hanging out at the arcade.
Hold on.
Hanging
Is that Eminem?
out at the arcade. And breaking out into flash mobs around the park. Chocobo Square has a petting zoo situation of sorts where kids get to feed chocobos.
Now hold your hand out near their beak.
Yeah, this is cool.
Remember, if we're afraid of them, they'll be afraid of us.
And they kind of do the
Near
chocobo
Battle
waltz
Square,
here.
they're flexing their muscles to show off to their friends. Look at this guy.
Eminem does the theme song.
Those muscles are insane. You're cut like a behemoth.
Or this guy, who's unstrapped his overalls for maximum flex mileage and clout. Notice that many of them are wearing camo pants or patterned tights too. They'll talk about the experience of spectating Battle Square's fights.
I bought some protein powder to drop off backstage. I brought binoculars since I'm in the nosebleeds. I'll be able to see the beads of sweat on their skin.
You might also notice these chocobo balloons. It's not just the balloon that's chocobo shaped, but the end of the string too.
Oh,
this is
I
the
didn't
kind of
notice
small
that.
flourish I live for. You know how cactuars have the 10,000 needles attack? If you zoom in on the cactuar ice cream, you'll see the box reads 10,000 flavors.
Nice. I remember seeing the stand.
For the behemoth's share of these fun details, we turn our attention to the cast members, who are unique to the Gold Saucer and wear different uniforms fitted to their park biomes. Standard employees wear a little badge that reads Gold Saucer. The ushers at Theater Square have this little gold brooch of Kate Sit's Moogle. Wonderman Square has a rainbow logo with this flock of Moogles on the ceiling. The cast members there wear a pin of that logo, as well as a fanny pack with a little cactuar on it. Chocobo Squares are dressed as cowboys and wear pins of Gizal greens. Speed Squares cast wears this little galaxy pin. Altogether, these remind me of the collector pin craze that permeates certain theme park cultures. The vendors at Battle Square wear that classic black and red and flex their muscles to show off. The concession stand workers sell Chocobo Bean popcorn that actually looks Chocobo shaped. Employees aggressively market their merch, which are based on classic FF monsters.
We've got chocobos, cactuars, and tomberries too, and also Kate Sip.
That's how I describe my party too. Cloud and friends, and also Kate Sip.
Oh, this
There's a
song is really
chocobo
nice,
jockey
too.
with this slick racing uniform, stripes on sleeves and all. And of course, my favorite. The hosts at the Haunted Mansion Hotel wear this white face paint with thick eyeliner and a spiffy emerald suit. Approach the shopkeeper here on your first visit and she'll have this to say.
Just so you know, I was bitten by a zombie a few days ago. If you want to exchange your points, you'd better hurry before I turn.
It's one of my favorite, like, NPC
Come back
interactions is
soon,
that.
Because I don't think I have that much time left.
And when you come back,
What was funny is though, I thought she was like just playing into it, but then
back
it
later,
comes like then it
that
turns
bite
into
has actually
literally.
transformed her.
I thought she was
It's
playing
such a
up an
fun
act.
moment. The kind of surprise you always want to catch in theme parks.
Yeah, I'm familiar with stuff we've talked about. There are some things there are occasional things that I
Environment
can
director
agree with him
Takato
on, but
Miyake
a lot
talks
of
about
times
the
I'm
process of modernizing the Gold Saucer, how the original was
He overplays
envisioned as a cutting-edge park for 1997, and so this remake had to feel cutting-edge today. There are full light shows dedicated to painting stamp with a light gun. Or the story of Kid G.
Oh yeah, depending on the game state, you can find your party members chilling in different parts, places of the saucer. Chadley will also be in the plushie store. Wondering what travel companion plush will be. Oh, I never seen that one. Huh.
And the cactuars around Corel Desert. Environmentally, the Vegas Strip comparisons feel most pronounced given the saucer's impact on the surrounding desert. But in dialogue and presentation, the Disneyland vibes are off the roof. The employees are called cast members. Superfans frequent the park and know its layout as well as the cast members do. Sound design is similar to a Disney or Universal Studios parks too. The composers deliberately mix the music so that it always feels like it's coming at you from above, creating a boxed-in feel. Speed Square is extremely reminiscent of Buzz Lightyear Astro Blasters, or the Millennium Falcon ride, complete with a cheesy hologram speech in the waiting room.
Our mission today is a vital one, and we will need your
wholehearted
support to defeat the enemy. The Gilgamesh
You get these kinds of
Army
things
is
in a
amassing fleet of
theme park.
starcruisers on the dark side of Moon 7.
A fun little detail here is the lore
I did see
behind
the
the
Barry
Space Ranger and the
Chesapeake thing,
Gilgamesh army. Apparently, they're rebels who spun out of a corrupt military force.
Everyone
everyone knows the Space Rangers began as part of the Gilgamesh army, but they broke away to fight back against the corrupt leadership. So the army...
Welcome, cadets, to Space Ranger HQ.
Shinra commodifying a story like this is clearly ironic, but it's also very reminiscent of how many megacorporations make money off stories about rebellions against empires and megacorporations. It's just a really great touch. A little tongue-in-cheek and self-aware besides. Takeaway 15. The gold saucer is final...
Sorry, I think I missed
The Space Ranger HQ.
Shinra commodifying a story like this is clearly ironic, but it's also very reminiscent of how many megacorporations make money off stories about rebellions against empires and megacorporations. It's just a really great touch. A little tongue-in-cheek and self-aware besides. Takeaway 15. The gold saucer is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth's greatest self-contradiction. In some ways, the game understands this. In others, it's woefully oblivious, threatening to buckle under the weight of its own ambition. See, earlier in the video I mentioned that Rebirth feels overwhelmingly alive. That's sometimes a buzzword in games crit, so let's unpack. The game is so filled to the brim with interesting ambient dialogue that none of it really fades into the background. Instead, it talks over itself. Constantly.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I always felt I thought it was way worse though in Remake because the areas are so much smaller. I noticed this way more, but it does happen clearly as it's happening. I always wish there was like a way to, like, I wish there was a setting to like move, like lower the NPC dialogue volume so that it wasn't the same exact level as like everything else. I always wish we could have that because it does get like loud.
I found this to be really overstimulating in the earlier settlements, especially smaller ones like Nibelheim. That cacophony makes more sense and is more expected in the Gold Saucer. But, to quote an environmental crit piece by Autumn Wright titled, "It's not just the wildfires." Rebirth is the Gold Saucer, a product sold by an industry built on the exploitation of developers, factory workers, and miners alike. Consoles made of conflict minerals consuming more and more power to render Cloud Strife's pores. But even Barrett enjoys himself. Future is not promised to no one, he tells Cloud. Live it up while you can. End quote. It's a shiny, beautifully fleshed out, and immersive product to be sure, but it is also a big budget remake of a game from 1997 about the environment and about the exploitation of labor. It is louder, but not always clearer. It's a messy, complicated thing. As a fan of maximalist storytelling, I adore the game's peaks. As a writer and critic, I sometimes stare for hours into its valleys. Rebirth is a blockbuster that wants to do everything and
like the thank you so much, Jason Tucker. Like the one that I know Zebi has criticized, and I actually agree. I felt the same thing. This moment that's on screen right now, of like when you arrive at the Gold Saucer, it just so happens that this big thing breaks out where Dio shows up and the what's his face, the guy from Midgar, the dancing guy, Andrea shows up. And the girls break out into a coordinated dance. Like the very first time I played it, I was like, wildly convenient that the moment that we show up unofficially, because we came in through the side entrance, it just so happens to have this big blowout, like welcome celebration that we get roped into. And so I did feel that a little bit about like, it just felt a little bit forced, you know what I mean? Like definitely like a bit contrived. But then as like time goes on, I'm also like, yeah, but it was fun, I guess. You know what I mean? Like it bothered me the first time through, but not as much now, you know?
Say everything, and that extravagance is often to its detriment. We move briskly from set piece to set piece, distraction to distraction. We see also
Disneyland and stuff like that happens throughout the day. Sure, but it was such a big production, you know? The guy who runs the park is there, the, you know, friends that we know from Midgar happen to be there.
So the different natures and price points of these distractions for the NPCs. Wright continues, And as the architectural hierarchy in Midgar's plates was familiar to the majority of people actually playing Final Fantasy VII in 1997 and Rebirth in 2024, the hierarchy of these disparities is another middle-class familiarity. Vacations. End quote. These images of middle-class vacationing stuck with me a lot running through Costa del Sol, the Gold Saucer, and later Cosmo Canyon. Images of people really thinking through their time and money, like these parents talking about kids and their video games.
We gotta go to Wonderment Square next! You promised!
Finally managed to get them out of Wonderment Square. Kids and their video games, am I right?
Or these independent playwrights who reflect on what the plays here might teach them about their own planned productions, even as they work with less and a far smaller budget.
But hey, at least we know your scripts are good. Too bad our stage is too small for them. But the real problem is us. We can't do your characters justice. We just don't have the acting chops.
No, the fault lies with me. As the director, I'm the one who needs to bring it all together. Oh, at least seeing the best of the best in action has helped us learn what we need to improve.
Or these tourists reacting to the news of impending war with Wutai.
Should we really be goofing around at a time like this?
If this
Yeah,
place
we did
gets
get
shut
Cloud's
down
play
because of
outfit
Wutai,
as an all.
there's gonna be hell to pay.
Showing just how hilariously messed up their
I think it's
senses
because
of
of clipping
priority
with the sword or something.
Or these visitors speculating about how the
But I
Gold
would've
Saucer
loved it.
will expand next. The game makes clear that it is a constantly growing
Exactly, Alex. That was like kind of what he was saying at one point, like back at over here. Where he was saying like it's like this war in his head between the fan that he is and the sort of like critic or the writer in his mind.
It is louder, but not always clearer. It's a messy, complicated thing. As a fan of maximalist storytelling, I adore the game's peaks. As a writer and critic, I sometimes stare for hours into its valleys.
Like I felt that, you know what I mean? Like that feeling of like, it's so maximalist. It's just like everything you could hope for and more. And like in that way, it was like very exciting at times. And in other ways, it was like, it was just a bit jarring of like, would that really happen? Or is that like, not to say it has to be super realistic, but like just, you know, it feels made for a fan. You know, it does feel like fan service at times. And that's fine because that's what it's kind of going for. But it was just a little bit of that because at the same time I could do like a deconstructive analysis of it and like get to really deep things, and at the same time there are things that are done that are just clearly just for the fun of it, you know.
Work with less.
Too bad our
with these
tour
around at a time.
Show visitors speculating about how the Gold Saucer will expand next. The game makes clear that it is a constantly growing project, so visitors are incentivized to visit multiple times, however expensive it might get.
4 years ago, the park underwent extensive renovations and was outfitted with state-of-the-art technology. Even today, the Gold Saucer continues to expand, with new attractions currently in the works.
Having fun, but it's like having fun.
They're working on setting up a whole new game here. Rumors say it's a snow. Actually, I'll leave it a surprise.
Maybe it's for like new players who wouldn't know.
Don't leave me hanging.
That's funny.
You'll see once it's done.
I mean, it's obvious.
We'll come back and play it together.
Right. I wonder what the surprise
That
new
is
game
hilarious,
could
though.
possibly be. It's a fun bit of foreshadowing, I guess, all jokes aside. But again, it's also a bit of a parallel to how we keep revisiting FF7 through its many expansions, however expensive it might get. The Saucer feels like a critique of, and monument to, fandom culture all at once.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Am I right?
It feels like a critique of, yet monument to fandom culture. Oh no, shit. That's not good. I knocked over my external hard drive. And it unplugged. Which could damage it. Hopefully it didn't, because that's where all my footage is. All my Rebirth footage.
The arcade here.
Although I have it all, I do have it all backed up.
Of several quality recreations of minigames from the original.
Hold on. Okay, I plugged it back in and everything is showing. Okay. It's good.
FF7. 3D Brawler is back and feels like a fun throwback to that classic low poly aesthetic. And we see NPCs in that style in the Fort Condor board game too.
Everywhere you look, the attention to detail is crazy.
Hey,
really is. We're experiencing that right now.
I love that you can run into your party members enjoying the park as you run around too.
I also enjoyed 3D Brawler. I enjoyed it the harder it got, actually. And I still have to do the hardest one. I haven't done the hardest one yet, the Sephiroth one that everyone complains about. I just haven't unlocked it yet. But I think that's the next one that I have to unlock. But I liked it better when it did get harder, because otherwise it was just obvious. It's like the guy waits for you, then you hit him, and then, you know.
Kate Sith works here before he joins the team, so he'll pop up a lot. Fun fact. In the cutscenes, we see Reeve, who controls him from Shinra HQ, actually has the same assistant he had in Remake. She was a generic NPC there, but is now a unique one in Rebirth. You can spot Aerith actually writing for the big song she'll perform later. Back at Theater Square, you can find Barrett standing in front of his late friend Jessie's portrait. She was a performer here before she joined Avalanche in Midgar. He'll look at Cloud when he comes close, but otherwise, his eyeline fixes on the portrait. Even as Rebirth jingles its many keys and accelerates to breakneck speeds, I often want it to just stay in a moment and let that moment breathe.
Yeah.
Part of what I wanted to get out of making this video were those pauses. Chances to slow down and reflect on the quieter, more human scenes around its world. So let's take a step back from the saucer and head down to North Corel, Barrett's hometown.
Hey, Barrett! Welcome home!
I considered making Corel its own chapter, but the two are interconnected in the same way Midgar's two halves, or Junon's two halves, are. Corel sits in the shadow of the Gold Saucer and is a longtime victim of Shinra's actions in the area. In a flashback, we can actually see how it looked in the past, and how full of hope its people used to be.
This place is gonna thrive thanks to you. Everything's gotten so much easier thanks to that reactor. Thanks for looking out, Barrett.
How's the reactor looking?
God, could you imagine, how that would feel for Barrett? He proposed this, he wanted this, and then it's working, and people are, happy for him, and then to go back to the town years later, obviously, if everything that happened, it's just...
As we live it in Barrett's perspective, we also get something similar to the Nibelheim flashback. Barrett remembers everyone being really grateful and happy to see him. Again, it's a great example of NPCs reflecting character interiority. All of this praise is a complicated affair for Barrett though, since he blames himself for what became of his home. In present day and in reality, it is a starkly different place. The people resent Barrett and sit around drowning their sorrows, or reminiscing about the railways that ran through here.
Chugga chugga choo choo, chugga chugga choo choo, o'er the hills we go, like that.
Here's a quick look at the people around town. Note the discoloration
a little
on their
tease
clothes.
maybe for the train heist.
But that doesn't mean the locals are devoid of joy or hope. There's a local doctor here who's helped countless people bounce back. His name's Doc Sheeran, and he's also mentioned in Traces of Two Pasts, as a medic who helped Tifa after the Nibelheim incident. The game directly follows the book here. Corel is also where we see the highest density of people with disabilities. We also see some scenes of community organizing, as local chefs host soup kitchens and distribute this curry around for folks to enjoy.
Curry actually looks pretty good. Visually, it's not super low texture, it feels like. It feels...
And we have to pack up these Dio cookies. Okay, I'll help put on the Dio stickers.
Up by the cable car station to the saucer, we can see commuters who live here and work up there. For these cast members, it's an exhausting job.
Wearing that costume all day gets kinda old.
But also a dream job, since they get to entertain people.
I don't work at the Gold Saucer, Kupo!
It just doesn't pay very well, as we can glean here. In fact, those bulky costumes even hurt their posture. For their families, it's tough, because cast members rarely get to spend time at home.
Daddy's not back yet. Is he, doing overtime again?
I'm sure he is. You know how much everyone up there loves Daddy's Moogle costume. He'll be back any minute.
Still, we see a pretty diverse
Interesting
array of
detail.
workers.
I
Some
never
of
caught
who
that
still
before.
enjoy the work,
But this is my dream job. I'd never forgive myself if I lost it just because I wanted a break.
and some who are burning out.
I get that, but we work our asses off for weeks on end, entertaining people who can actually afford to take a vacation. And we're left with what? A crummy paycheck and aching feet?
Love these
Other
like,
locals without the
details.
experience dream of getting
The
out of Corel
commentary, you know?
someday. Take this guy with the baseball bat, who daydreams about leaving like his old friends did.
Bob made it big as a performer in the Gold Saucer. And Bruce has his ice cream shop in Costa del Sol. I'll make it out too. One of these days, I will.
The people here are also
Yeah,
still
it's such a good
grieving the
world
fallout of
building
the
with
reactor
the
explosion some
NPCs.
years ago. One woman just has her husband's old rifle to remember
It's like even the
him by.
characters feeling like
4 years, and not a day goes
interconnected
by
and-
I don't think of my husband. His old gun's the only thing I've got left to remember him by.
It's a weird memento, but that's how these things work out sometimes.
Makes me feel safe. Like he's
Well, the thing is, I feel like I caught some of these, like I heard some of these lines, but I don't think I pieced them together the way this video does, and so
still
good.
here with me.
Here's takeaway 16, and this one's got to do with firearms. You'll notice that guards posted around the town entrances typically carry advanced submachine guns. Outside of towns and in the wilderness, though, folks carry these older hunting rifles.
Like being walked through it and like pointed
Down
at
in
it,
Corel
with, like,
Prison,
more
which
context from the
sits
narration.
even lower than North
helps a lot,
Corel
you
and
know?
is populated by a ragtag commune of outlaws, the people carry these paint-splattered shotguns. Or these flamethrowers.
All hail Solemn Gus, King of Corel Prison! Show respect or get wrecked!
Corel Prison, or the Dust Bowl as the locals call it, is an interesting place. Take it from this dude.
Huh? Shit! My wallet's gone! Not like it had anything in it anyway.
There's just so much in those two lines. It tells you almost everything you need to know about the place.
Take a picture, pal. It'll last longer.
Oh, I mean, sure, yeah, that's what I do. Most NPC designs here are a lot more stylized than the Bobs and Bruces we've seen so far. It is always a little weird that Final Fantasy heroes look so stylistically distinct and that NPCs don't, but that mostly falls away here and in Gongaga later. These prisoners have this punk Mad Max-esque aesthetic. There's paint splatter on their pants. And they wear cheap spray-painted armor pads and dog tags. They wear leather vests and spiked pauldrons, and they style their hair in non-traditional ways.
I definitely got that Mad Max vibe that he's talking about.
And dye it in all kinds of different colors. Take a look.
Back to the Future too, yeah, a little bit.
They might wrap their legs in bandages, or wear fingerless gloves too. There's a very hard-edged, scrappy aesthetic to it all. Some of them walk around inebriated.
Cyberpunk, maybe?
The guards carry nail bats and bandaged up guns. They also repurpose the Gold Saucer's trash for their own recreation. Like, look at the local band and the branding on their instruments. They're dressed like the Ghost Square employees and call themselves the Hotel Men.
Hotel Men.
Great name for a band. Their drums are from Ghost Square directly. We can see from this little brooch that this golden statue man is wearing a uniform from up there too. I love how much use they get out of just recycling scrap metal and trash. Look at this metal scarecrow art installation thingy they put up at the entrance. It's amazing.
I didn't notice that at all.
Many of them also tinker with motorcycles for fun. And you can see them revving their engines and doing little rounds.
Fascinating. Almost makes you wonder which came first, the biker or the bike.
What? Snaps, I love you, but that doesn't make any sense. They also hold these black market auctions where they sell monsters
I
for
love these snaps.
combat,
That
in
makes no
addition
sense.
to whatever else they procure in the wasteland.
Somebody said that on Access stream, that's funny.
And we learn later from Leslie, remember that guy from Remake, that Don Corneo was a frequent customer here.
12,000! Ain't no one going higher!
25K!
In the indoors areas, you can also catch them spectating the Chocobo races being broadcast from the saucer. I really like how much graffiti there is dispersed throughout the area, including one that reads, "Insert pseudo-intellectual message here."
Oh yes,
you can
also
see one
please,
of the artists in front of a splattered wall too, wondering what...
As PNM is mentioning, if you're enjoying this, please like the stream. How many likes they currently have? I feel like there's a way to see that in real time, but I don't know. I don't know how many likes it currently has, but hopefully it has a decent amount and you guys can add to that.
She might paint next.
If you're on YouTube.
Maybe a chocobo? Or a moogle? Though I could go for a cactuar.
I came back to this spot later and... unfortunately she didn't add anything. Look, sometimes these are busts.
Folks down here in the Dust Bowl make for excellent subjects, let me tell you. Everyone here is so raw and authentic.
Finally, you can see loan sharks, talking about circling their debtors for dues.
Everyone pay their dues in full for the month. We're gonna do some rounds soon.
Remind 6 now. Thanks. Hopefully we can give us a 50.
There's a cool bit of interconnectivity between this and North Corel. In North Corel, you might notice some of the prison folks trying to scam people out of their money through investment fraud.
You can invest in even more and start raking in the guild.
Here,
hey,
watch.
thank you so much, guys.
Money will give my kids a chance.
Easy as pie, right?
You took everything from me!
Need a little something to get started. I can help you out with a small loan.
So, how's the investment squeeze coming?
Just like you said it would. We already got them all rounded up in the truck. They ain't going nowhere.
Oh, and if you're wondering what that background...
Since the OST last week, it's so jarring now that right after the desert song goes right to Cosmo Canyon.
Hullabaloo is, it's a bar fight.
I ain't done yet. I want a rematch.
Oh,
dude, drunks are duking it out at the bar.
They actually swing? Kind of. Oh, wow. I don't think I noticed this
through here the first time. I supposed this was set up for a future side quest. But no, the people of North Corel sorted out themselves. The storyline mainly just progresses in the background. Once you get past a certain point, they'll tie up the scammers themselves, go back inside the bar, and those drunks will have stopped fighting each other, and are now working together to beat up the scammers.
Yeah, a little like environmental storytelling that I missed.
What are you, chicken?
They've got one cactuar splayed on the floor. It's a cool arc, meant to symbolize North Corel moving forward, and taking charge of its own future, slowly but surely. Let's head back out. Anyway, it's been a long day.
Details.
Maybe we should take a short rest before our next stop.
Oh, Zach's World?
Sweet dreams, Cloud. Where should we go next, you think?
Me? Gungaga.
Oh, just go to Gungaga. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm gonna send you to BRB as I run to the bathroom. All right. It was a very good decision, I feel like, to do this video. Oh,
in its open
Gaga.
world sections, Rebirth takes a lot of inspiration from contemporaries like Ghost of Tsushima and the Horizon games. You can follow animals to hidden and sacred locations, you reconstruct narrative through archaeological study.
What did he mention exactly? Did he mention Ghost?
In its open world sections, Rebirth takes a lot of inspiration from contemporaries like Ghost of Tsushima and the Horizon games. You can follow animals to...
Because everyone makes the Horizon thing, and I know Hamaguchi mentioned Witcher. I felt so much Ghost of Tsushima.
Hidden and sacred locations, you reconstruct narrative through archaeological study, etc. It doesn't really take that same inspiration with NPC design, though. There's a Nordic game talk where Horizon's Living World lead Espen Sohn mentions they like to use long, arduous, multi-step animation loops so that NPCs don't look like they're doing the same thing all the time. Every time you pass through a settlement, there is an illusion.
This person is definitely deep in gaming shit. I like
change. So there's very little monotony to the NPCs of, say, Forbidden West. You've seen plenty of evidence.
Dude, the Forbidden West NPCs are crazy. It's so good. The world shit in Forbidden West is unreal. Like, the NPCs are so good with that kind of thing. The interactions, like when you talk to NPCs like quest givers, sort of like choreography of like those little individual scenes with like someone giving you a quest is like it's like a real scene.
By this point that animation loops in Rebirth are shorter, much shorter. Its remedy to this is long dialogue instead, a more narratively direct, on-the-nose approach. At worst, this dialogue can be bloated or monotonous. At its best, though, it is layered and interconnected. Take the chocobo that plays Queen's Blood in Gongaga. It's a silly and charming gimmick. But there's a lot riding on that gimmick for the people here because he could be a draw for tourists.
He'll be up against a dog that plays Queen's Blood, and we have to make sure he wins to help drive up tourism here.
You can actually play the dog in Corel. The stakes for the dog are equally compelling.
Rolf is actually scheduled to make his television debut. They're doing a special with animals who can play Queen's Blood. And once we get famous, we can finally kiss this town goodbye.
In these moments, the game is able to comment on the various wealth disparities around its world and how the people respond to them. With games, with gimmicks, sometimes with grief. Gongaga is where NPCs are the most in harmony with nature around them, and this comes through in the regional vignettes. The people live in small dome-shaped huts, and the town is connected via rickety rope bridges over a gushing river. For the most part, it's a peaceful place. Nice for retirement if this elderly pair is to be believed.
Good.
Fuck, I forgot my water.
Goodness me, how many years has it been since we settled down here?
You expect me to remember? It's been ages, and an honest-to-God roller coaster of a time. I wouldn't have had it any other way.
And the ride's far from over, I know that much. You and I, we're gonna be kicking for a long while yet.
You can see farmers in sandals or barefoot even, tilling the land in overalls and tank tops. You can also see them feeding chickens and livestock. Zooming in, notice the particle effect sifting out of their hands. We can see a translucent cloud of powder and individual bird seeds spreading out from it. Have a look at them operating the yard hydrants too. It's a more involved animation than in many other parts of the game. You can see the splashback from the...
This looks like a kid battling humidity. I can relate to that feeling.
Water hitting the bucket. If we zoom in on NPCs washing their hands in the water buckets, we can see actual black dirt particles washing off of their hands. It's such a cool touch. Gongaga is also one of the few places I encountered an animation on the longer side, with shared looks and unspoken gestures between two characters. There's a father and son chopping wood. It's nondescript, but it stood out to me for how nondescript and casually well animated it was.
Yeah.
There's a woman who does the video game thing of lifting a box, carrying it across town, and putting it down, lifting it, and then carrying it back. Again, the only reason this even caught my eye was because I'd seen so little of characters actually interacting with objects and the environment around them by this point. They'll also walk their dogs
close to that shop.
or admire the plant life. For me, takeaway 17 is this. These longer, more environmental animations all lend to the feeling that Gongaga's villagers really are more in tune with their surroundings, and not so egocentric.
Yeah, then we can spread the wealth around.
Better make sure it's spread evenly, though, or we'll never hear the end of it.
Yeah, you get a cultural difference between them and the rest of the characters we've seen in the rest of the world.
I want to highlight 3 side quests here. One follows a blacksmith named Izo, who is mentioned back in Corel as a bit of a nuisance.
Could make any kind of tool you'd want. Fix up just about anything. But man, was he a pain to work with.
Ain't that the truth? Always yelling his head off about this or that.
Now he's moved out to Gongaga. Once you help him out with forging his masterwork, a new weapon for Barrett, he becomes quite happier, and the people of Gongaga have a very different attitude towards him.
Heard through the grapevine that Izo's singing a different tune now. Instead of belting out profanity, the guy is literally whistling while he works. Kinda makes you wonder what this ultimate weapon actually is. And maybe I should pay him a visit sometime.
Next, we see another photography quest, this time focused around helping a children's book author snap photos of Nanaki. These photos inspire her to draw a little mock-up, which you can watch her do a full presentation on if you stand around. Last but not least, I'm not a big fan of the "oh, please help me find my chickens" trope in games. It is overplayed, you probably aren't either. But Gongaga features potentially the funniest one I've seen, ending with a grim reminder of what fate actually awaits those chickens when you save them.
Did your tummy just rumble? Stay for dinner. I'm always happy to treat my favorite helpers.
There's an ambient conversation along the same lines just nearby, where things get a bit existential.
Make sure to never ever miss a feeding. You want them nice and fat. That way their meat will be all the more delicious.
Wait, what? We're gonna eat them?
I know it may seem sad, but they're just returning to the planet to be born again, like all life.
Whoa! But what if they used to be people?
Here's one more interaction that has to do with the
Oh shit. Oh my god, that interaction's amazing. Holy shit.
critical path rather than the side quests.
Man, a straight dedication to slowly check out every NPC. I love FF7, but never stop listening like that. I stopped. I thought I stopped and listened to a lot of NPCs. If you watch like the footage, like the raw footage of my recording of the game that I did for the video, I stopped that I thought so many NPCs, but I did not piece all this together or like notice all of this. Holy shit.
The first time you roll up, 2 women chatter about an annoying plane that whirs around the area.
Hey, you ever see that old rattle-trap of a plane in action? Can't believe it's actually capable of performing stunts. The vapor.
Oh my god, they talked about literally fucking Tiny Bronco?
Trails it leaves behind are pretty enough, but I'm dreading the day it comes crashing down in the middle of town.
Once you recruit Sid Highwind and get the tiny Bronco for yourselves, they'll start to miss the old thing.
Whatever happened to that rickety old plane? Used to be a fixture in the skies above Gongaga. If I'm being honest, I kinda miss it.
Fascinating. Huh. I would have never noticed. Is that finicky lighting again?
I don't know whose idea it was to make Gongaga a mushroom capital of the world, but that is what Square Enix did, so we are going with it.
This must be one of Gongaga's famous mushrooms. Only ever seen them in preserves.
Our little village's claim to fame is the delicious
These psychedelics, baby.
There are multiple mushroom stalls and foragers around the village, and they certainly sound like people from a mushroom capital.
Give them the proper love and care, and they'll love you right back.
Be the most delicious mushrooms you can be.
Huh. He seems like a fun guy.
Good to see you again. Since you're here, mind if I snap a pic of a fun guy with some fungi?
Some fun guy? I
No
love
comment.
this pose.
You know, even the youth here has a concerning appetite.
They're so good, I can't stop. You probably ought to stop. Remember what happened last time you ate this many? Mom freaked. Whatever. It's totally worth
Oh my
it.
god.
At the local tavern, folks share drinks over these plated mushroom dishes too.
With a name like Gongaga, you can't help but be the shroom capital of the world.
While in Gongaga, the party stays with a friend named Cisne. She used to live in Midgar. There's a Midgar fashion magazine and a mushroom mascot plush in her bedroom. Representations of both her lives. Fun stuff. You might recognize her as Zack Fair's friend from Crisis Core. Gongaga was his hometown, so you actually end up meeting a lot of characters with past associations with him. His parents, old friends, etc. Cisne is the most prominent of them, and there are quite a few fun details in her house. For one thing, she's an awful cook, since she grew up spoiled by company meals from Shinra. At the onset of her questline, you'll notice her pot isn't just burning. There's also spillover onto her stove burners, stray bits of vegetables like scattered around. Panning around, we can also see the shurikens she used to wield back in Crisis
Actually,
Core.
no, it hasn't been. It hasn't been years. She ended up here at the end. No, yeah. She's still fairly new to it then. Technically. Because we saw her while Cloud was already knocked out, they were on the run. So that wasn't that long ago, actually.
And she has a sniper rifle like the one Zack scrounged up during one of their last goodbyes. Maybe she put those there. Who knows?
Oh, the sniper rifle.
In later quests, she'll equip those shurikens. See, Cisne is also the leader of the Gongaga Youth Coalition, or GYC, a local band of guerrilla fighters who defend the village from monsters. This is where we see some cool, unique costume designs. They wear long bracers.
Yeah, at most.
And gloves. And start.
Would have been cool to see her fight. Maybe she's a new character in the league. In the fake league. Which I don't really believe.
Leathers with tight wraps on their waists. They carry spears with these intricate pictographic markings.
We're not only responsible for keeping people safe, but the Chocobo's healthy too. Got that?
Keep villagers safe. Chocobo's healthy. Okay, got it.
As a new recruit,
Simple
you'll look after
popping
the birds
pump.
and attend training exercises.
Oh, you can count on me. I love playing with chocobos.
You know what
I
you're
gotta
in
say,
for?
she sprung up this
When
whole
there's
little
an
group pretty
incident at the
quick.
nearby reactor, they're also the ones who rise up to band the town together and escort the people to safety.
Stay calm, everyone. The
Double
coalition
shuriken,
is
her
on
and
it.
Yuffie.
Please keep moving in an orderly fashion.
We're here for you, no matter what. You'll all be okay. This way! That's the Shinra military, isn't it?
Here we can see the interior of their HQ too, where they're stocked up with all kinds of weapons, including bayonets,
Oh, I didn't notice
axes,
that.
and swords.
Oh.
God damn. Now that is a sword. With
I
gear
think I
like
was
that,
in there,
you
but I just
gotta
didn't
be
put it
Shinra.
together.
Just outside HQ, they'll do stretches and squats to keep tip-top.
And begin! Next up is soldier squats, people! Ready? Begin!
Yeah, sorry.
Little touches like this make the place feel almost haunted by Zack's memory. There are echoes of him everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, they literally talk about him.
Outside of town and a ways into the
Cisne and
wilderness,
the
you
guy
may
on
also
that
find
side quest.
Gongaga Port, where the mushrooms are transferred for export and watched over
Yeah, I
by
noticed
members
this
of the
like,
GYC.
way later. I think actually Max, it was like a Max stream where he went back to this place later. Because I don't think I ever noticed it on my own.
This is where we store Gongaga
He was like, Chad, did you ever see this? I was like, oh shit.
mushrooms until they ship. Take a whiff. Don't they smell amazing?
Let's have a look at their warehouses and storefronts. Notice this little chalkboard drawing of a pizza? Good use of those mushrooms, I guess. And the vintage tech they've salvaged in the back. Shinra outposts around the area are mostly abandoned, so it feels like they've tinkered with a lot of those places to collect this stuff. By the port side, they'll also gaze out dreamily at the water.
Lush green forests are great and all, but there's nothing more calming than the
Yeah, I don't think there's a quest over here. You just explore.
These designs definitely lean more stylized than average, and give Gongaga a lot of character, an underdog character. The Coalition aren't the only ones with clothes bespoke to the region either. There are a few townsfolk who wear more breezy, beige, and earthy green linens, with celestial patterns on them, or headbands. Something cool I did realize here is that even for duplicated designs, finding an NPC under the right lighting could make me appreciate them in literally new light. Take this farmer in the durag. His facial expression looks a lot more contemplative by firelight, and even the wrinkles on his shirt are accentuated. Contrast this with the guy behind him, who looks flat from here, even with a more unique costume. Like Nibelheim, Junon, and Corel, Gongaga was victimized by a reactor here some years ago.
Today, I'm going to teach you about an important part of our history.
And so, you'll find a monument to those lost lives and
that.
a lot of people in mourning. This is one of the few carryovers to the town from the original, where Gongaga used to be an extremely small town with maybe a handful of NPCs, a few of whom grieve at the graveyard. In Rebirth, that mourning remains. But life also goes on.
Cosmo Canyon. Cosmo Canyon also in the OG had like one NPC walking around near the campfire.
Cosmo Canyon is primarily made up of researchers and planetologists dedicated to studying the life stream deep within the planet. FF7's version of the afterlife. When we die, our bodies return to the Earth. Our soul, will, and memories, though, those go to the life stream. Even the game's most spiritual locale is not immune from the tourists' gaze, though, and the locals know it. This is the major dichotomy between the NPCs of Cosmo
I heard that it feels a little bit less like a touristy thing in Japanese.
Canyon. Who's here because they genuinely want to understand their place in the world? Who's here because spiritual rejuvenation is cool and aesthetic, or to pick up material souvenirs? The game's writers have thought this out on a semantic level. Fittingly, travel to the Vale isn't framed as tourism, but as a pilgrimage.
Back in the day, this used to be where folks started their pilgrimage to Cosmo Canyon.
People say that lost souls have been drawn to this place for as long as anyone can remember.
The locals here, like in Gongaga, also wear less contemporary, mass-produced attire.
It's technically the last,
and elect for a more bohemian style, earthy linens and sandals instead of shoes. They wear cloth wristbands, handcrafted necklaces, and patterned headbands. While the senior surveyors who head out to research outside of town wear these thicker red robes.
Thanks for keeping watch over the Vale.
My pleasure. Are you about to head out on patrol?
Yeah. Look after this place while we're gone.
I will. You be careful out there, and may the planet keep you safe.
You'll note the guards have the same handmade spears as in Gongaga, with the runic markings. My favorite.
Sure, I think people go there to find themselves at JV Dragoon, but they also, like, they're clearly, at least there's like a clear commentary on people who, like, do it in a sort of kind of like the vendors, especially like the vendors, you could tell they're like, so get your amazing miracle water, you know, and it's like, it seems like pure bullshit. To like merchandise this like very spiritual thing. And then there are like some people who are there visiting who feel like they can, it's just people like, oh my God, now that I've done this, now that I've like had this experience, I'm going to totally change my life. And then in 2 weeks, they're back in Midgard doing the same thing they were doing before. So it feels like there's a little bit of that. At least I felt that, and it felt real, you know, and relatable. So I'm also going to speed it up a little bit.
Favorite little detail though.
There
are windmills everywhere.
Alright, that sounds weird to speed it up. I was just hoping to maybe get there a little bit faster, and it sounds
The
weird.
Veil is powered by renewable
Especially with the
energy
music.
in the form of windmills instead of Mako reactors.
That windmill generates energy for us. Its output pales in comparison to that of a Mako reactor.
Yeah, I'm talking to you. I said the buds are good. That was a Midgar, but yeah.
But it's more than enough for the people of the Veil.
And so, some of the NPCs wear robes with little windmill art on them. Note the band at the bottom of the skirt here, for instance. It's a nice, distinct bit of local iconography, and I love the touch. In the modern world, you can't totally get away from mass-produced wares, or, in this case, game assets, though. Notice that the drums here are made by Shinra.
Shinra logo.
Still though, the spiritual bend is clearly a magnet for tourists. The people here aren't just interested in entertainment, but in inner rejuvenation and study too. They want to get away from the whims and whirs of constant 24/7 industry. Local peddlers take advantage of this and smartly market their wares as such.
Give us a line.
Antiques,
Give us a line.
souvenirs, infused with thoughts and prayers.
Yeah.
Spare a penny? It's very funny.
Yeah, it's like, see, it's like to nurture your spirit. It's to nurture the spirit of the. Oh, that's another thing. Buy one of these, and the souls of our ancestors will surely grant you fortune. That kind of shit.
Good fortune. All of our fabulous designs have been infused with prayers at the
Infused with
All
prayers.
the items we offer are handcrafted by the Veil's most skilled artisans.
Perhaps because things are so dire at the time of Rebirth, though, tourism is up.
Wanted to get away from under Junon, but all I see are the same faces. Small world, I suppose. Screw it. I should just go to Cosmo Canyon and study planetology.
Oh, nice
I don't know what it is, but we've seen a lot more tourists lately.
Or maybe it's because the local planetologists have been aggressively preaching in other towns. Here's our 19th major observation. You might have seen many of these NPCs long before you ever reached Cosmo Canyon, because they've been evangelizing in Calm, and Lower Junon, and Corel and Gonkaga. Anywhere that will let them, really. Let's hear them out for a bit.
Children of the planet, hear our mother's cries.
Open your hearts to the words of our mother. Beneath your rich, fertile fields, a rot runs deep.
Avalanche has warned us of what will come if we persist in our folly.
If you want proof, then look to the waters devoid of their vibrancy.
You need only look to that devastating tornado for proof of her
Great catch.
rage.
Behold the wound in the skies above, wrought by our hands. Our mother is suffering, shrieking in pain at our unchecked cruelty.
I always noticed them as like somewhat commentary. I felt like on the area that I was in, not necessarily evangelizing them to the fact that people would go visit Cosmo Canyon, but that does make sense.
If we do not answer, these fecund lands will be overrun by dark fiends, by decay, become as barren as the deserts.
They ramble a lot, so I am going to cut them off, or we'll be here forever.
And don't get me started on the planetologists. Bunch of blowhards in love with the sound of their own voice.
Besides, there are more important ambient monologues in Cosmo Canyon for us
Leon Warriors of Hype would agree with that. I love that beef that they have between him and the planetologist character.
to get to. One last element to note here. The book they're reading, Love Green by Naomi Sambara, it's circulating in the hands of folks all around the world. Cosmo Canyon also has ties to the original iteration of Avalanche that eventually made its way to Midgar, and some of the researchers here worry that the Midgar cell's actions are affecting public perception of them here.
Avalanche wanted, dead or alive. They've certainly made a name for themselves, haven't they?
For themselves and for us. In the public's eyes, planetologists and Avalanche are one and the same.
Out in the deserts around Cosmo Canyon, you can reunite with the Avalanche members from Remake's Intergrade DLC. Here's a cool bit about their designs. They have different lettering on their clothes, but all of them have a tiny Avalanche A colored in red, like a covert nod to their allegiance. Cosmo Canyon is Nanaki, or Red 13's, hometown, so much of our visit is framed around his coming-of-age story, one of my favorite arcs from the original game. So the town isn't
not really straight Chocobo. I mean, there's sense that like there are helicopters that take people from Costa del Sol to Gold Saucer. There's obviously the ship that takes you to Costa del Sol from Junon. In terms of like how people get to Cosmo Canyon, though, I don't know. They didn't really talk about that. But in some instances, they do.
all navel-gazing and pretension. Everything is filtered through the party's perspective. In the scholar's eyes, the ideas they and other travelers have about their material place in the world are old ground. In ours as players, there are new perspectives. Different takes on similar themes. At times, the conclusions they reach are even hilarious. There's a particularly funny interaction just outside one of the classrooms.
I think meditation has really helped me attune to the voice of the planet. Everything she
I love
says
this
seems
part.
so much clearer to me now.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Lately I felt like I can make out what animals are saying.
What?
No, seriously, I heard it clear as day. Some kind of dog yelling, "I'm back!"
Perfection. No notes.
One of my favorite NPC lines of NPC dialogue in the entire game is that one. When I caught that one, I was like, "Oh my god, that's so funny."
Believe it? Nana.
Because like he's attributing it to like his like what he's experiencing. He thinks he's giving him like special perceptions.
He's back.
No.
It's such a relief to know that he's okay.
One NPC also mentions Professor Gast having been a regular visitor to the canyon. He's an important name if you know your FF7. Now, we turn our attention to the tourists themselves. They've been spurred to come here. How is that experience? Let's find out by checking in at the Sildra Inn, named after the sea hydra from Final Fantasy V.
Oh.
There's a little coral pool by the entrance.
There you go, there's all these Easter eggs.
I can't believe you got a reservation.
But of course. Today's our anniversary, my love.
Leading into the lobby, where we find the pianist from Costa del Sol, and also dozens of other guests making plans, getting checked in, and hanging out, perhaps waiting for their friends. Once you've checked in, you get a nice bedroom with a queen-sized bed and a cave painting watching over you, as well as a beautiful natural.
The funny thing is, like when I ran into the Promised Land choir, it was funny because it was after a Queen's Blood match. I played the Queen's Blood guy, and that's like a match on the checklist. I played that guy in Cosmo Canyon, and then as soon as I beat him, and it came back to like the camera came back from the match to the like table that he was at. Suddenly, the Advent Children Music Choir was like singing. It was different music. It was like Cosmo Canyon music when I walked in, but then when I was coming out of that match, it was suddenly the AC music, and I was like, "What the fuck? Where's that coming from?" And then I
fully
found
formed view through the rocks. Gorgeous.
It said that these caves were formed from erosion caused by the live stream itself.
In the morning, you're also blessed with a bountiful breakfast.
The live stream
Just make sure to do as the
pushed
locals do. Offer a prayer as
at some
thanks.
point in the past.
What an upstanding young man you are, helping out like this. You deserve a nice reward.
Thank you so much! Mom, look, I got some candy!
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you. Remember to say a prayer before you eat it.
We offer our thanks to the Great Mother for the pleasure of sharing her bounty with others.
None of this is good enough for the longtime natives who've studied here forever, though. Here's a discussion about that dichotomy again.
These dabblers who visit the Vale are students of planetology.
Yeah, I've seen. I remember this now.
Vapid, shallow people, tourists.
Well, some of them may have a genuine interest. Who can say for certain? They may even come to embrace the teachings.
Doubtful. True planetological enlightenment shall forever elude their grasp. They cling to Mako, and that is an addiction not easily shaken.
Who is here as a hobbyist? Who's here to actually learn? There's a lady by the entrance who hasn't even spoken to anyone yet and already talks of feeling like a whole new person.
My soul feels rejuvenated already.
Well, we're not like those tourists, are we?
The River of Lights is a sacred ritual, not some tourist attraction.
Let's see what the Veil has to offer for those interested in learning. First, there is the bonfire and the River of Lights. The townspeople believe this fire represents the life stream and never extinguishes. Not in wind, not in rain.
May the planet guide us all.
O Great Mother, from whom all blessings may the planet, we beseech you.
And we can see them circling laps around it in ceremony. At night, they float lanterns from it, meant to represent those no longer with us. Here's a look at those watching.
Good shot. God, see how much better it looks at night in this game? It looks so good at night.
I prefer the original's iteration of the scene where tourists were
me
basically a non-issue and we just reflected with the
actually
party.
did, yeah. I
But
did
in
like
present
that
day,
more.
the crowdedness
I love how deep those conversations were in the OG at the campfire.
around the bonfire, the people incessantly snapping pictures, the ogling, all felt a bit more real to the moment. That doesn't mean the ceremony still isn't beautiful. At the inn, local musicians sing The Promised Land, the ambient Latin hymn from the movie Final Fantasy VII Advent Children.
It's crazy. You're gonna get me copyrighted, dude.
Takeaway 20 is a big one with a whole lot of ambient dialogue to get through, so I'm going to be selective and summarize as needed. Planetologists at Cosmo Canyon hold seminars for those visiting, and these seminars are where Rebirth hosts its most introspective NPCs. There's a larger man here who talks about his struggles with his body image. His dad used to say him being twice as large meant he took twice as much energy from the planet.
According to him, a big kid like me
It's
was
fucked
using
up.
twice as much spiritual energy as other folks. And I was a burden on the planet. But
shit,
he was wrong. That extra energy I received from the planet, it was a blessing.
He's realizing that's not true. He's nourished and wants to give back to the world with his art. There's an ex-Shinra employee on a redemption arc. He's seen the damage the company's wrought and had nightmares about it. Now he's...
Imagine you were enjoying a long sleep in your vacation, and outside of your room, they're forming a choir.
here to see if he can undo some of that.
I used to work for Shinra, up until a few years ago. Was a maintenance guy in a reactor. It's a dangerous job. Costs a lot of people their health.
You remember the pianist and his husband coming to the realization
I wonder how he got that dialogue, because they break after the scene. Maybe you can go back later.
there's more than one way to grow a family and nurture
That makes
life.
sense.
The same breakthrough happens here for a couple who are struggling with fertility.
We'd been trying for so long to have a child, but nothing seemed to be working. We'd gone through every treatment under the sun. It was tough. After years, we started to wonder if something else was going on. Like, maybe we'd been cut off from the planet. From its energy.
But then we realized that there were other ways to nurture life, besides raising a family. We could plant trees, grow crops, or even help children who had lost their parents. All life returns to the planet and is reborn eventually. We could still contribute to the cycle, just not in the way we'd planned.
In most games, these stories would be enough to sustain entire side quests, but Rebirth relegates all of it to a quiet classroom, people sitting in a circle. The most crucial of these is a theory posited by one of the attendees. If our souls return to the lifestream, does that include our hopes and dreams too? Can our interior thoughts influence or live on in the lifestream?
I don't know, you're a
My
big
parents
pig.
are no longer
Might
with
be
us
Automata.
Here, that is. But I believe they're still out there, on another plane. I've been reading a bunch of theories about
I've
this
heard
alternate
this so
world
much.
in the hope of going there someday. And over the course of my studies, I stumbled across a fascinating theory. It addressed the issue of what the life stream is, arguing that spiritual energy is actually a manifestation of our knowledge and memories. Like I said, it's a fascinating theory, but it's incomplete. What about our hopes and dreams? We remember those, don't we? So what if spiritual energy doesn't distinguish between our real, lived memories and the unrealized desires buried deep in our hearts? What if coming into contact with that energy allowed us to peer through the looking glass, so to speak? It's just an idea, but
incredibly unimportant dialogue.
Someday.
I love the ending of Final Fantasy VII Remake, but found myself a bit numbed by the end of Rebirth. I am not a big fan of the multiversal implications it introduces. I am worried it could be a way of Square Enix having their cake and eating it too. A multiverse is an easy solution that both gives the fans all the surprises they want, and the inevitable tragedy the original is so famous for, all at once. But if it is tethered to the life stream and grounded in the way this woman theorizes, if it means something about our hopes and dreams as material things that might live on without materiality, I do think there is something genuinely interesting the games could explore here, something consistent with the themes of the original. If this is what the glimpses of alternate timelines we've seen in these games mean, then Cosmo Canyon offers fascinating commentary about why we turn to the question of what if in the first place. A multiverse is a broad blockbuster idea informed by a small and intimate question. What if? Here the game refocuses that idea on that intimate question, on something human, hopes and voids contained within every ordinary person. An Elseworld is not a solution. It is a dream. It is a regret. Couldn't that also matter, materially? It is the same intimate question that drives so much of the game's stakes with regards to Aerith and to Zack and to the fate of the planet. What if? There's an excellent video by SubTXT that examines this on the level of the larger story that I highly recommend. On the level I'm looking at, I don't think it's an accident that so many of the regrets NPCs struggle with are framed as wishes they could live entirely different lives, entirely different realities. This may be concentrated in Cosmo Canyon, but it also extends beyond. Here's a man in Corel expressing the same sentiment.
Wish I could go back and do it all over again. Try setting off for a parallel world, maybe.
Ultimately, Rebirth's NPCs...
Wait, what?
Sentiment.
Wish I could go back and do it all over again. Try setting off for a parallel world, maybe.
Ultimately,
son of a bitch.
Rebirth's NPCs don't just flesh out its world and external conflict, but its motifs and the main character's interior conflicts too. All the game's themes converge here, at this seminar. People sharing stories, sharing ideas, thinking about their very bodies, and sharing possibilities. I think it's fair to say I've spent a lot of time with video game NPCs. Few have inspired the kind of sonder these conversations did, and all in a game with one of the most simplistic approaches to NPC design there is.
Damn.
Across all its different locales, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is deeply interested in the rifts between the real and the artificial, the natural world and the constructed one. An early line sums it up best. Aerith is mesmerized by the beauty and greenery that surrounds them outside of Midgar, by how much of it feels evergreen. But as Red 13 notes, that beauty is deceptive. There's an ugly truth hiding beneath its surface. Shinra is every bit as present and exploitative out here as anywhere else, and all they've done is a better job of hiding it. But who cares to look at or document that ugliness when there's so much shine here to distract us? There is a deep focus on the tourism industry as yet another extension of the Shinra machine, and yet, even our heroes are not immune from participating in it. As a game about making the most of the time you have with the people you love, and about making memories with them, that contradiction feels apt. The Gold Saucer sucks as an institution, and yet it's fun to be in.
Yeah.
Of course I want to ride the Sky Wheel, and the common folk are no different. They're out in full force, traveling and taking photos, and burying their heads in games, and making the best of the time they have together, while Shinra continues to drain the world around them. We do have one final stop on this tour, and it comes with spoilers for both the original Final Fantasy VII and Rebirth itself. Although
Great
Cloud and
music
his friends
choice to
left
go
Midgar
back
at
to
the
the
end of
OG
Remake,
shit.
we get to revisit its Undercity from a few new perspectives. Near the end of the game, there's a flashback to a young Aerith's first time in the city. She wanders around, looking for help for her sick mom, but outside of a few scripted encounters, most folks completely ignore her.
Do you know a doctor? Can you help me? My mom is sick.
Bug someone else.
They just go about their own lives. That's why this singular woman slouched.
It's so funny because it's literally because I'm listening to my headphones, but some of you might be too. But you can hear the boom, 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 like it's actually like, you know, on different sides of the
Go
stereo.
about their own lives. That's why this singular woman, slouched on the ground, stood out to me. She looks down on her luck herself.
Can you help me?
Good luck finding help around here.
So she at least acknowledges you for trying her. She can't give you anything, she doesn't care about you, but she sees you. That means something. Nothing good, but nothing as bad as outright apathy. It's also a good portrayal of people succumbing to diffusion of responsibility. NPCs who are clustered together find it easy to ignore you and return to their regularly scheduled conversations. NPCs who are singled out might feel more of a need to comment, either to be harsh or just to commiserate. Midgar is a city of contradictions. Residents here are forced to live under Shinra's literal shadow, but also often desperate to be recognized by the corporation, which dangles overhead as a distant promise of a better life. In the Midgar slums, you could see the children playing soldier, and also hopping on rubber tires and playing rock, paper, scissors, climbing all over the junkyard and dancing on piles of scrap, seesawing on broken wheelbarrows, playing red light, green light in the alleyways. Like the kids elsewhere in the world, they find joy amidst the rubble, but because of the city's cosmopolitan nature, there's really no distinction between games inspired by Shinra and games in the natural world around them. For the grown-ups, this is a thankless place, but they chase the thanks they know they will not get. They seek self-fulfillment in their work above the plate, before returning via train to a home hundreds of stories below. Or they drown their sorrows in Wall Market, a cheap, pale imitation of the actual entertainment districts beyond their walls. Rebirth mostly uses new character models, so you won't necessarily see the same generic NPCs from Remake, even in these familiar parts of the city. But you will see familiar attire and trends.
Yeah, me too. It's really grown on me.
The other times you visit it are as Zack in an alternate timeline. In this Midgar, so much of the artifice of Rebirth's world falls away. Ironically, it falls away because these people have realized they're in a doomed world on the cusp of reality.
Yeah.
The NPCs start quitting their jobs and planning vacations outside the city, and becoming their most genuine selves. Because now
earlier in the
they're
stream.
suddenly confronted with their own mortality. Why not make the most of what they have left? One man decides he no longer cares for the law.
Hell with it! Let's just do what we want! Start by robbing folks and stocking up on Gil.
Quit it. You're not fooling anyone.
Shut up! Once we're loaded, we can drown ourselves in booze!
You're scared.
Of course I am! Don't act like you're not!
Miss Folia, a teacher from Remake who moonlit as a dancer.
Aren't you that Leaf House?
Hey! What the hell, Merc? If you must know, I've wanted to be a dancer ever since I was a little girl. I come here at night to live the dream. I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell the children, okay?
Reveals her second job to her students in an attempt to distract them.
Come on, everyone.
Are we never gonna get to people?
Let's all dance!
A couple expects a baby. Self-reflexively, the man jumps to guard his wife if you get close.
Don't know.
I just wish we could have seen their face.
Hey, let's give them a name. We may not know what's gonna happen, but I want to call them by their name, at least.
Yeah, remember that.
I like that. We'll give them a name, and we'll be a family.
They decide, together,
Hope the world
to choose
lasts
a name for
longer
the
than
child
9
no
months.
matter what fate may have in store. There's no real evidence this is the real Midgar, but its people drop their facades and feel real, here at the crossroads, here at the end.
Why don't we all go camping? Might as well get some use out of the new car.
You mean it? Awesome! But don't you have to go to work?
Not to worry. I already put in my resignation. I'm a free man now.
FF7 Resignation. There it is.
During the game's
It's
climax,
right there all along.
Cloud ends up in this pocket reality for a moment too. He's pulled into a dreamlike date with Aerith. During the sequence, the player is prompted with a series of choices that ultimately don't mean anything. The end results are always pre-scripted. Your destiny, the game implies, might be starbound too. You can only delay the inevitable for so long. You can only be in denial for so long. Anyway, say cheese?
Or there may be a third choice. Something that's
Snaps is not the only
clearly
unique
intended.
photographer in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. There are two others worth mentioning. Way earlier, I spoke about Nibelheim not being real, just a product of Cloud's memories and of Shinra's censorship board. However, we can see the true version of it in real time in the prequel Crisis Core, which was recently remade for modern consoles. Now, this remaster mainly took design cues from FF7 Remake, not Rebirth, when it came to NPC designs, so you won't see much overlap with what we're seeing in Rebirth right now. There's one notable exception though. The photographer who lives here does have the same design. He's a unique NPC, and he's highlighted as such.
Okay, here we go.
It does look like the Crisis Core one, yeah.
It reminds me of how he also shared the same design between FF7 Original and Crisis Core Original. It's a nice touch, marking that he, or at least the photo he takes, is an important part of the story. In the original, this photo is a pivotal marker of Cloud's delusion, a physical manifestation of the gap between the remembered and the real.
You want me to take your photo? Sorry, but I can't afford to waste my film on... who are you again?
Brutal.
Then there's the photographer in Midgar itself. You can see people lining up for him in Zack's sections, all desperate to have something about their lives immortalized here as a memento. They want one last memory, one last artifact proving that they lived, and they were together, to hold on to here at the end.
If this is gonna be our last picture together, I want it done by a pro.
Should have taken more pics together while we had the chance.
Wait, you mean it? One happy memory coming right up. Smile.
Later, you join the line. You bust the cutest dang pose you can, but ultimately, the photographer doesn't pick you. He picks some random others. For more reasons than I can write, it's one of my favorite scenes in the series, both emotionally and thematically. This entire sequence is itself a snapshot, an unmoving moment in time where your choices are rendered meaningless and all there is to do is to make the most of the time you have. Cherish that moment. Make that last memory. See that couple bicker and remember, this is how life was. See those friends embrace. Remember, this is how life was. Doesn't that have meaning in and of itself? Isn't that a choice in and of itself? Once again, a photograph that doesn't even exist, cannot exist, separates the remembered from the real. Unlike
Bone to pick with you, Solid Arf. Bone to pick, brother. This is supposed to be the lighthearted video. This is the fun. We'll show the NPCs, and you got deep on us, man.
Like a lot of people in the VP space, I'm not a professional photographer. I don't need every photo mode to be perfect. But my final takeaway is that in FF7 Rebirth, the camera matters. Cameras keep showing up as an important recurring motif. They document snapshots of my happiest moments with Tifa, with Aerith, with Red and Barrett and Yuffie. They document the party's emotions and maybe even their history. They document the planet in its natural state. And Rebirth makes this point in multiple side quests. It makes the point in a surprising number of NPC vignettes too. I just wish it could make that point through the gameplay as well as FF15 before it did. But maybe there's a counterpoint to that. Throughout the game, we see juxtapositions of reality and artifice, of natural and constructed, of ephemeral and eternal. But these aren't binaries. Photos can immortalize moments in time, but the moments themselves are fleeting, evanescent things. So maybe, in the absence of a good camera, we can at least learn to surrender ourselves to the moments with our loved ones instead. Cherish them. Remember, this is how life was, how the people were. Remember.
FF7, remember.
Hey, thanks so much for watching that. This video is actually part of a series in which I look at NPCs and even more games that pique my interest. I also make video essays about games, movies, and all that good stuff. So if you like my work, consider subscribing. I've linked my Ko-Fi below too. It's an optional tip jar if you want to throw a sandwich or coffee my way or something.
I already liked it, but I
Last
also
but not least, I've included links to the social media pages where I post my photos down below in the description.
Really great video. Like, really a fantastic video. I'm actually really intrigued by oh, he did 16 also. Forbidden West. Psychonauts 2. Edith Finch. Actually, I was gonna say that earlier when I was talking about Mixtape, that like gameplay wise, it reminds me a little bit of Edith Finch. Maybe not as like purely fun as like the game, because like Mixtape is similar in that you're kind of just like walking around and then it'll be like a like curated gameplay thing, like the tongue kissing thing or other moments like that, where it's like it's not traditional gameplay, like where you're learning a loop and like you're doing it differently. There's like little vignettes of gameplay. It's kind of like how Edith Finch was too. Kind of similar in that way. He did one about the couch co-op games. 16. Spider-Man. Damn. NPCs of Hyrule, Tears of the Kingdom. More Spider-Man, Kingdom Hearts. Damn. Yeah, I gotta set my game up too. I gotta make more stuff because this is fantastic though. I think it's a solid ARF with a really cool video, really cool fucking video. All right, chat. I just put the link again. I'll do it one more time, just for good measure. But this is what we just watched. Please give that video a like. I know people have talked about this video. Only 15,000 views is like, it could do more than that. Thank you so much. This is really cool. So that brings us to chat. It is time. The NieR arc. Jason Tucker also subscribed. I think I missed that. Maybe it was on break when it happened. All right, let's go. I was getting a little sleepy sort of in that video, just because I am sleepy, not because of the video. So let's get the energy up. So we have NieR Replicant. We're definitely gonna get to ending A today, I would assume. Hopefully we could maybe play a little bit of, at least start the process of getting to ending B, so we can get to the endings pretty quickly. I think I did hear that you need to be like, it's recommended to be like at least level 30. Just sleep easy today. For like ending B. And I checked, I'm at level 27 right now. And I found apparently there's a really good grinding spot. So if I need to, I could always do that. But to start this up, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll get into it. All right, this has felt like a long time coming. Let me also update the category on Twitch. I don't want to clip. Did the wrong thing. NieR Replicant. My cortisol level spike when people only play Ending A. I would assume there are people who don't know the meta and like don't know that you're supposed to like play it to get multiple endings and stuff. I did double check too, and apparently I have all of the weapons, with the exception of the 3 that I think you can only get in the like first loop. So I think I have all of them except the ones that I literally can't get right now. So I have one missing here, one missing here, and one missing here. But otherwise, I think I have all of them. I got a sense of Popola. Yeah. I think I've done all the side stuff that I want to do for this loop. In that book, the big tree kept on waiting and waiting, and I have to wait a lot too. I wish I could do something. Somebody clean this place up. Jesus Christ. Anybody. Oh, Devola's here too.
You're really gonna do it? The whole village is buzzing, you know. They say you're gonna go rescue Yona. I guess it's really happening, huh?
I'll bring her back. I promise.
About that.
Yeah?
Nothing. Never mind. Popola just loves to worry. Anyway, you be careful. Yes, do be careful.
Thanks.
Please be careful. Please be careful, all right?
This is the same thing, just like totally
be careful, all right?
You have not, AH. We're about to jump into it. Alright, where does it want me to go now? Shadowlord's Castle. Big shit.
You kill the Shadowlord, and let me worry about things here, okay? Once peace is restored, I'm gonna tell Popola how I feel about her. So please don't fail.
I worry for this poor fellow's future.
I wonder if a lot of the NPCs have unique dialogue before the Shadowlord encounter.
I can't stand the thought of young people being killed by shades. Please come back safely, you hear?
What do you got for me?
Take out that Shadowlord and come back safely, okay?
I'll come back. I swear it.
When our fight is finished, I expect life will return to this plaza.
Yeah, there's like quite a bit of dialogue, a lot of unique dialogue here. With the people that are around in town and stuff. And I noticed that because like the music is bespoke to this
If
moment.
we can ever take care of the shades, I'd love to plow an honest field of crops right here.
Let's just see if there's anybody in town.
Everyone at the market is looking forward to seeing Yona again.
What about you?
I'm gonna get strong like you and hunt Shade.
Yeah, you better.
It's been nothing but bad news lately. But if you bring Yona back, this village will throw the biggest party you've ever seen.
Goddamn right.
In dangerous times like this, families need to stick together. So go get your sister.
With the way this game fucks with me, I'm pretty sure I won't get my
I
sister.
can't spend all day fretting about hunger. So I'll focus on your safe return instead.
The village defenses are much stronger than they used to be. And yet, when I think about shades attacking again...
Interesting. Let's see who's about the people in here at least.
Make sure to bring Yona back safe and sound. We don't need a repeat of this tragedy.
I will. I promise.
I
will.
Ah, damn it.
They say you're off to kill the Shadowlord.
Goddamn right I am. I think Devil's gonna give you a side quest if I talk to her.
Which job should I give you first? Come back whenever.
Did I do the final side quest I'm supposed to do before? Hold on. Did I do it? Which one was it? Saved. There's one more side quest I thought I had to do. I remember if I did it last stream or not. Oh yeah. I think I did it in the in Facade. A shade and tomb disturbing the sleep of kings. I definitely did that. It should show up right here. No, not that. Shade entombed. Disturbing the sleep of kings. Okay, yeah, I did it. Alright, where the hell do I go? I don't know why it's staying I feel like the quest marker updated because I talked to Devola. Shit, because it was definitely not pointing at the tavern. Fuck, I hope I didn't screw it up by doing that. So it should be showing me a different marker. Ah, did I accidentally set the marker wrong? Did I fuck up the marker somehow? It's like now it's like pointing at where Devola is. Son of a bitch. Ah, damn it. I think I fucked it up. I'll just have to reload from where I was. Close to the ends. I'll just have to redo that one conversation. It's fine. Because it definitely moved the marker. And now I don't know where the hell I was supposed to go.
You're really gonna do— the whole village is buzzing, you know. They say you're gonna go rescue Yona. I guess it's really happening, huh?
I'll bring her back. I promise.
About that.
I never noticed her saying about that.
Nothing. Never mind.
Why didn't I notice that before? The fact that she like hesitated on that. So I haven't really watched all your NieR streams. How do you feel about the game at the moment? So far I'm really enjoying it. I've like done all the side stuff that I pretty much can, all the like really recommended stuff. I've just been really into the world. Gives me Sesame vibes.
Anyway,
Yeah, kind of.
You be careful.
Definitely with the red hair
Yes.
too.
Do be careful.
I'm very intrigued by like different endings and like how they change or recontextualize the story. Pod, thank you so much for subscribing.
Please be careful.
Like I feel like I haven't fully experienced it yet. Like I feel like once I get the other endings is when I'll get the like real NieR experience, you know? There's been interesting stuff like as we've learned more about the shades and all that. Oh no, it does have me going to the tavern. Why does it have me going to the tavern? Who else talks at the tavern? Maybe it's not the tavern? Yeah, it is definitely the tavern. Oh, maybe not. Oh, I'm an idiot. It's the boat, probably. This weapon is pretty sick. It is actually, it's kind of Buster Sword kind of feeling. Maybe I'm taking this to the Shadowlord. That's what it is.
Oh there, getting on?
Where do I need to go? Wait, where the hell am I going? I know I have to go to the Shadowlord's castle, but I don't know. Am I stupid?
Oh there.
How do I have to go? I feel like I have to look it up. Is that not? There's no X. There's no obvious like destination. How to get to Shadowlord's castle? Oh, so you go to a lost shrine again. Apparently. At least that's what this video shows.
Oh there.
Here it is, the Shadowlord's castle. I think they're literally about to say it. Yeah, lost shrine.
Let's all make it back alive, okay?
It's a plan.
Damn, fucked him up. Damn. Oh shit. Technical guide. I don't have a lot of health. Hopefully I pick up more health on the way there. I just realized I don't really have shit. Ah, shit. Who's that? Who's that? Oh, I didn't even see this person. Health. You're fighting. Damn! It's almost like they're engaging in combat before I even reach them. Here we go. I'm curious. I have 1800 on 1800 more XP to get to the next level. I got definitely a different vibe music-wise. Ah, you spinny attack. I hate these armored bastards. Ah, I missed it. That's your core. Okay. Okay. From what it looked like in the video, it looks like I have to go all the way up to where that temple is. Where we like, where that, like, level up. Let's go. Yeah, I have to mix in more magic, I feel like. Oh. I guess I don't even technically have to fight them. I don't mind it for the XP, though. Because I did hear that you get good XP here. Like it's a good level up opportunity. Yeah, I need it. Oh. Machine. Oh yeah, I can't go that way. That's right. Oh, there might be. Yeah. Thank you so much, Cam Grundy. We are in it, and the music is picking up here too. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. Ah. He's hiding behind his big brother. Okay. Such cool experience, yeah. Medicinal herb. Which I needed medicinal herbs because I was low. I may even be underprepared for this fight because I don't have that many of the big health, like health salves. I only have 3 of those. It'd be nice to have more than that for the final boss bullshit, but. Go. Come on, here we go. At a certain point, though, we'll need health as long as you don't die. Yeah. Ow! Son of a bitch. You got a cheap shot on me. Damn, how did that not kill him? Did our boy lose his shirts or thighs high-heeled boots? I don't know what that means, Big. I still don't understand what it means, even with the clarification of shorts. Thank you, Emil. So we have to go... Because first outfit in the game had shorts and thigh-high boots. Oh. He's a grown-ass man now, so I guess so. I thought there might be a faster way than the one I'm taking, but remember there might have, like, this is kind of a shortcut if I remember. Oh, and they're gonna make me pay for the shortcut with all these some enemies. Like, the one thing I'm glad I was actually watching Moist Critical's review of NieR Replicant the other day. I don't know why I randomly decided to watch it. I was just curious because it popped up in my algorithm. I was like, oh, I wonder what he thought of it. And he did love it. But apparently he played it way back in 2010. And so he was talking about Replicant and how, like, it's the same issue with difficulty where it's like hard mode is just super spongy enemies. And so they feel even spongy now when it's not hard. I thought there was like a shortcut to the ladder that takes you up somewhere this way. Maybe not. Oh, I'm like so close to the main entrance, aren't I? Spongy hasn't taken a lot of damage, yeah. Oh, I'm all the way up here in the top left. Here we go. Today, Devola said that Kaine is put together in all the right places. I don't know what that means.
Such an ominous sight, and yet I find it strangely nostalgic.
Yeah, this is where Vice and I first met, and first fought together.
Wow! This is where you used to live, Vice?
Well, yes, I suppose, in a technical sense.
Pretty nice digs for a floating magazine.
At least it was free from annoying hussies like yourself.
He's always calling her a hussy. You cannot turn back from this point of the game. Continue, yes.
And now the path is open.
Here we go. When in no return. Got my Subway sandwich prep for this final stretch. Enjoy. I'm glad I ate before this while we were watching that NPC video. So I am stuffed full and ready. Garden. Oh, I can interact with this too.
To whom does the true voice speak?
Oh, his bird is talking? I guess the game also allows you to shoot the smaller shots in melee at the same time.
To whom does the true form show itself? You must answer.
It can talk!
I ask, why did humans disappear from the world?
The hell is this? I believe this is some manner of password.
Password?
Yes. The correct answer should grant us access to the castle. I feel confident I have heard this somewhere before.
You have the answer, Grimoire?
To whom does the true voice speak?
See how much you remember? Oh, great.
Does the true form show itself? I ask, why did human? You must answer.
Because their lives are short because of a black disease.
I answer because of a black disease.
I don't like the sound of Grimoire Vice's answer there.
I ask, how can humans extend their lives?
By acquiring leaves of the sacred tree, separating body from soul. Oh fuck, dude, I really don't know. Separating body from soul, maybe?
I answer by separating body from soul.
I ask, what is the destination of souls?
They're placed in their corresponding shells. They are in the promised land bursting with light. Separating body from soul is the purpose of the Gestite project. Ah. Maybe corresponding shells?
I answer, they are placed in their corresponding shells.
Very well. You are acknowledged as master.
Hey!
You may enter.
Well then, it seems the way is open.
Seems very important. I have to, like, commit that shit to memory. Oh, shit. I have to be on the lookout for even I can pick up other swords. Phoenix sword. Oh my god, look at that. Look at that. Oh shit, that's a cool design. Holy shit. It's not as heavy either, so I can move a little bit more quickly. Didn't miss any other boxes with weapons, did I? Can't go over there. I should attach words to it, though. Read story. This is a story of a long time ago. There was once a beautiful bird with resplendent feathers that lived a quiet life deep in the forest. Interesting. A large sword used by temple guardsmen is supposedly made from feathers of the legendary firebird. Word edit. Weapons. What did I have on Iron Will? Pahil Mahira? Did item drop rate. Is there something else I prefer? Weaken level 1. I never really paid much attention to these, chat, like this over here. So it's saying that I'll get a poison ability with Oxurus. Attack power plus 15. Because attack power plus 15 doesn't show in any of this. Like here, it's not changing. I guess because only of that stuff. And then I get a weaken level 1 also. Never tried these ones that have like status effects almost. Maybe like attack power plus weaken might be nice. I doubt it would have an effect on like a boss or something. What? It looks a bit like Devola.
It's the twins from your village.
Yeah.
Popola, Devola, what are you doing here?
Hey, any chance you'll just go back to the village?
Wait, what?
This is a very dangerous place. Even if you can find Yona here, you probably can't get her out.
This may not be them. This might just be souls in a similar corresponding
How did
thing.
you
But
get here?
Shh. We're asking the questions right now.
we're here to rescue Yona. What he's doing here?
We're here to rescue Yona.
No dice, huh? Well, I guess we don't have a choice then.
Go back to gardening. Forget about this place.
I suppose not. How sad. We didn't want to fight you. We really didn't want to.
This kind of does feel like them, though.
Devola, what's happening?
Sorry, but this fate was predetermined. Still, we spoke to truth. We really wanted to avoid this if possible. We were hoping to put it off for 100 years or so. Until the next generation came along.
What are you talking about?
Are they shades?
I don't think so.
It's a lie. I don't believe it.
They have a teleporting ability.
We never thought we'd grow to be this powerful.
This is madness. Why do you block our path?
You have no cause to speak so with us, Grimoire Weiss. You are a traitor.
Ow! Wait, what the hell? I have not played Automata. This is my first NieR. Are they gonna remove him from the battle?
They copied my powers.
Oh, bitch.
Shit on a shingle. They can use the sealed verses.
Of course we can. The power came from us in the first place. You were simply loaned a small portion of it.
Weiss, are you all right?
Popola, why are you guys doing this? Why are you siding with the Shades?
Actually, take one of that. Let me also take a defense drop. Come here. Nope. Ow. Okay. I got one of them pretty low on health.
Why?
The answer to every riddle lies within the heart of the Shadowlord.
Shadowlord? So you've been on his side this whole time?
It could be you, because it looks like you. It does look like our guy. This could be like some kind of weird internal battle sort of thing. I mean, literally, it's like Jungian shadows, I would assume, is like Shadowlord. Shadowlord's castle map.
Devola and Popola are fighting us.
Yes, they do seem to be putting us through a great deal of...
Oh.
You okay, Weiss?
How odd. For long years, my mind and tongue have been my greatest assets. But now the latter seems to be... Hell.
Vice?
Do not look at me like that. I am Grimoire.
Don't tell me, don't tell me, Pod. Some boxes to break, right? There's a vase, but ever since I got that last weapon from a box, I was like, oh shit, I gotta look out for these boxes.
I think I hear a waltz.
It certainly is a grand affair.
That's lovely.
Bunch of dancing bastards.
They're all shades!
I think we're locked in!
It's not like I was planning to leave.
Yeah, it's a bit late for that.
Ah. Word out of that. Oh damn, there's a bunch of these dudes. Oh. You know what would be nice? Bunch with that. Boom, bitch. Spin attack. Go. Ah, more of them. There's a whole bunch. A whole bunch. Jesus. It makes sense. It's the final dungeon. Wow. Ah. Man. Ay, ay, ay.